For math class?
To learn
Because the
more.
last time Stephanie presented to us, this is like the most fun I had, so I'm ready.
It's a high compliment.
Yeah, that's a warm welcome. Welcome to this workshop of the Hopkins School Board. We have a full agenda tonight for our workshop with 3 items, starting out with our K-12 math visioning and pedagogy alignment, followed by a budget and staffing update, and then we will talk about our school board candidate information session planning. We have 4 school board seats that are up for election this fall, and as is our practice, we will do an information session for interested community members. So I will turn it over to Dr. Mary Peary-Reed to introduce our first workshop agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Westmoreland, and good evening to our board, school board leaders and my colleagues in the space and anyone in our community who may be listening virtually. Thanks for being here tonight. So I'm excited to hear more from Dr. Stephanie Whitney and our Director of Innovation, Design, and Learning, Ann Ertl. The 2 of them and their team spent some time with our school board a few weeks ago learning about our K-12 math reimagining and visioning here in Hopkins. And I think if you, as adults, if we think about all of the ways in which we were taught math when we were in the K-12 system, it was mostly based on procedural and memorization skills, and we know that a different type and quality of instruction will more effectively prepare our young people for solving real-world important problems. So we're really excited about this math work. A fun fact, Dr. Whitney and I used to work together at Kennedy High School in Bloomington, so I've known her for a while, and she has been a really fantastic addition to our Innovation, Design, and Learning team, and has been doing really, really quality professional learning for our teachers and working with our math committee. So I'll turn it over to Ann to provide maybe a little bit more framing, and then we'll hear from Dr. Whitney.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Mary Peary-Reed. Good evening, board members. I am not going to say much except that Dr. Whitney has been such a gift to our team and to our district as a whole. She has spent so much time in our schools and in our classrooms, really grounding herself in who we are and who we aspire to be, what our vision is, and then what is the role of mathematics in fulfilling our Hopkins learning framework and our graduate traits, and she's going to talk about some of that tonight. And I feel that she, the lens that she brings is really a reimagining lens to how all of us think about a math trajectory or a progression, and the needs that, as Dr. Mary Peary-Reed was mentioning, that our students have in the future that really turn math learning on its head compared to what most of us experienced in school. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Dr. Whitney, and she's going to share some more information.
Thank you. Well, it's nice to see you all again. And thanks for having me. So tonight, what I'd like to talk about is the amazing vision in Hopkins with the learning framework, the grad traits in Vision 2031, and how that maps onto mathematics and how these 2 are working in concert together to make Vision 2031 and the traits a reality in our students. So something that I've been really immersing myself in this year is really understanding this framework. It's profound. There's a lot of components to it, and it's really looking at how we really take the factory model of education and redesign it for the world, you know, the 21st century people that we're going to put out into the world. One of the things that really speaks to me in Hopkins are these graduate traits. And I'm just gonna, we'll come back to these. And I have 6, and we'll come back to them. but this is really guiding the learning, because all our work has to be grounded in our students. We have to be thinking about them, where they're at, the skills they need, and what they need to be in order to be prepared for their dreams beyond our school system. I shared this at our board workshop, but when I look at making these things a reality within the math world of Hopkins, I also lean to research and current work in the field. And so I want to go over some of the things that I'm leaning on as I look at really building this math framework. And the first is this idea of mathematical proficiency, which we talked about at the board workshop. And I just want to touch on what the 5 pieces are, because we didn't do that there. So the first, I'll start from the top and work down. So conceptual understanding is really understanding the interconnectedness and relationships between things. What is the structure of multiplication or addition? These are like number theory ideas that our elementary kids are really working on and in. What's the relationship between numbers? This is important, like an important framework for them to build the rest of their mathematical understanding on. Strategic competence, kind of below that on the left, is the idea of, okay, I have a problem. How do I translate this into mathematical symbols? How do I take this and work with the problem at hand? And productive disposition, so this graphic came from the National Research Council in 2001. Productive disposition right now, we're often calling like a mathematical mindset. Do I have a growth mindset? Do I see mathematics as valuable? Do I see myself as having efficacy in mathematics? Because if I don't find the content valuable or see myself as a learner, I'm not gonna build the proficiency. Adaptive reasoning is when you're in a problem, kind of taking a step back and going into that metacognitive framework of like, is this productive? Is this the most efficient route to what I'm trying to answer? What does my solution mean? Is this valid? Do I need to rethink things? And then finally, procedural fluency, which has been a hot topic in the math world for about 30 years now. And procedural fluency should happen on the heels of conceptual understanding as well as in tandem. So as students understand the mathematical structure of things, we want students to be able to do things fluently, but it has to be grounded in understanding. In fact, the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics just put out a position paper last week, another one that really, they use really bold language. You don't see the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics doing it much. And the byline is, reasoning and decision-making, not rote application of procedures. So they are making it clear, rote procedures is not procedural fluency. These are 2 very different things. And those of us who may have been educated in the 80s, 70s, 80s, that was our world. And so we're also trying to reimagine a world for our students that maybe we weren't part of. Right? And so we're constantly fighting this tension of, this isn't the math I learned, but we're also preparing our students for a totally different world. So that's one of the things I lean on. The second thing is this idea of multiple representations. So this idea of, oftentimes we work with math and written symbols, and that's math in a lot of people's worldviews, but truly, truly understanding math, we should be able to take a concept in any one of these representations and move it into a different representation. That act is called translating, and that's how we build our synapses and our connected schemas in our minds. If our children don't have these connections and math is isolated bits of information, when they don't know something, it all falls apart. We want a rich, deep, interconnected whole so that they can build more important mathematics from that. So I want to take a moment and just look at a problem. I don't have as much math in this one as last time, but this is a classic type of problem that we might see in 3rd grade or so. And students do really poorly on it. So what is larger? And they're given these 2 numbers. I'm not going to speak them because, so any idea what some misconceptions might be with this? Yes, Shannon?
Well, that 9 is a larger number than 4, so you'd guess than .0, or I'm not supposed to speak them?
Oh, you can speak, I just didn't want to, because how I speak them might, yeah.
Yeah. then
Okay, so
four.
right, whole number thinking, 9's greater than 4, so the number .09, excuse my language, is greater than .4. Any other reasons why a child might say that the second number is larger than the first?
Well, when you're in decimals, the more numbers, the smaller, which is the antithesis of when you're in whole numbers.
Right. Yeah, the number on the right has more numbers. It is 2 zeros, like there are more, it's longer, therefore it must be the bigger number. So there's and if there isn't an interconnected, so for a child who's posed with this, if they've only learned in the symbolic world, that's all they can go to is their whole number thinking. But the fundamental structure of these numbers have changed. From at Tanglin, so walked in a couple weeks ago and I saw this on the wall. And so you see these hundreds grids across the top. And you can see these, I see words, I see symbols, and then there's Post-it notes on the bottom with fractions. And it looks like there's a lot going on here, but you can tell that this is student-generated work. I see some things that are a little bit misplaced, and what a great formative assessment opportunity, right? Like, ideally, somebody sees that, and there's a conversation between two students about this. So when I look at this, I see the web. And so I just took one piece of this. So I see written symbols, they're very evident. So in this case, I see the decimal 11/100ths. I also am going to assume that prior to this, there were some base 10 blocks being used. And I could see students using this, 11/100ths could be represented by the cubes on the left as 11 of those little hundredths cubes, or by the one on the right, which is a 10th and 1/100th. So if I look at that decimal now, I can see that that number is 11/100ths or a 10th and a 1/100th. So we're getting that base 10 thinking and that place value thinking in with this. I also see pictures. So the 11/100ths is kind of off the grid. But what I love about this is this picture here. I can see that Ms. Schmidt had her students also use orange for the tenths and use yellow for the hundredths. So she's even in how she's doing this, kids are seeing like these are almost like different, they're honoring the place value system. And this is really huge when we go to spoken language. So if I'm a multilingual learner, learning how to speak this by going beyond .11, .11 doesn't carry much mathematical meaning, but 11/100ths does. And by having these materials here, I can feel and touch the quantity, which makes it easier for me to speak the words. And so by opening this up, we're inviting more students in, and it's just part of the classroom. And so this is when I'm thinking about deep mathematical understanding, building a framework where there are multiple representations, and if a student doesn't understand one representation, they're not stuck, right? I don't need to call the teacher over to unstuck me. I get to take my math and go to a different representation, make meaning there, and then come back to that representation. So we're giving our students tools to be investigators of mathematics. And so for that problem we just talked about a little bit, symbols are given. Ideally, if our students are working with this, if they're in a situation where they're posed with this question, say in a testing, we want them to be so well-versed that they're able to conjure up a mental image of this, that they can look at these numbers and they're able to almost translate in their minds, or they can draw a picture of it. And if they draw a picture, maybe they realize that the decimal on the left, 4/10ths, could be expressed as 40/100ths. And when I re-express that, what's bigger, 40/100ths or 9/100ths? It becomes a really trivial question. So this is where what's a trivial question to us can be a really difficult question for students, but how do we build it so they have the tools to investigate things on their own? And then another thing we're looking at as we're looking at the framework are the Minnesota math standards. So our current standards are from 2007. The next The 2022 standards were just released over winter break. They will be fully implemented in the 2027-28 school year. So we're working on that. The state is putting out a timeline in the next week for like a roadmap for districts for implementing this. So the standards are built on 3 main strands, which are data analysis, spatial reasoning, and patterns and relationships. So looking at that and thinking about how to make our big ideas around these is a focus of our work right now. And the other big thing that comes out of the 2022 standards are the standards for mathematical practice. These have been around in the math world since probably about 2009 with the Common Core standards. But these came out after the last set of Minnesota standards. So these are in the standards, and these are mathematical practices that K-12 students should be engaged in every single day in their math classrooms. So I'll let you take a look and just some time to read through those. So, I know I haven't given you time to read them all. But this is not like mathematical practice Fridays. This is every single day, and this describes what the conditions we're trying to create so that learners are doing these things. And they're not going to do them all on a day, right? This is part of the text of the first one, which is making sense of problems and persevering in solving them. I'm not going to ask you to read it all. So what I've done is I've taken this, and I want to look at the verbs. So when I look at this, to me, it absolutely screams the traits of a Hopkins scholar. Like, when I look at the thinkers we're working to uncover, it goes right back here. So I was looking at confident learners, for example. So they generate and articulate ideas. So I see this making conjectures, planning solution pathways. They're aware of areas of strength and growth, right? There's, I need to stop and monitor and evaluate, perhaps change course. They're resilient, right? You're planning a solution, you're trying special cases. So I really feel like Hopkins is ahead of the game with the graduate traits, because if we're truly working to bring those, to make those a reality, the standards for mathematical practice absolutely align. So that's been exciting with the framework. And then finally, all of this has been about the work of the students, but creating the classroom conditions to make this happen isn't an easy thing. And so the other thing we're really looking at are, from NCTM, the 8 effective practices. So what this shows is, in the blur and the dark blue, these are the things that should be happening, like tools and things that should be in the fabric of the work. So access and equity, curriculum, those things. And then the 1 through 8 things on the right are actual pedagogical or teaching practices. Instruction needs to be aligned to a math learning goal. We need to make sure that the math students are doing actually lends itself to reasoning and discourse. We need to make sure, you see number 3, we need to see connected mathematical representations, just like that 4th grade example. So a lot of discourse questioning, and this idea of procedural fluency is built from conceptual understanding. And struggle is actually a good thing if it's implemented well. So those are the tools that I'm using right now to really look at what a mathematical framework looks at. And just to reiterate a bit of where math has been and where we're moving towards, the system has largely been a gatekeeper. They're keeping kids out of high-level math classes. I can confidently say in Hopkins there are pathways to upper-level mathematics for all students, and that a lot of those barriers are going away. Math has historically oftentimes been an exercise of speed and accuracy. If you see the practices and all these other things, the focus on mathematics is about the process and about the understanding, and it's not about arriving at a solution, it's about the procedures and the sense-making. And we're moving away from procedural and rote learning to math as hands-on real. The 2022 standards in Minnesota, it's all based in context. They're saying our kids need to do math and understand how it's connected and see themselves in it. And then finally, math is an activity that's collective. It should be social and constructivist in nature. So I think that is, and then my current project, so working on a mathematical framework. We do have a consultant working on math learning progression, so looking at the math learning from early childhood through 12th grade. What does it look like? Where are the big benchmarks and where students should be at? And she was a member of the standards writing committee, so she's very well versed in both the 2007 as well as the 2022. And then the math visioning committee, which is a committee that meets monthly. We have representatives from all schools. We're really working on creating what is our vision. Like when we talk about math in Hopkins, what is it? And from there, really building tools to bring it into fruition. That's what I have. I'm interested in any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you so much. As Dr. Mary Peary-Reed mentioned, we had the good fortune of spending time with you during our board retreat in January, right? It was in January. No, it was in February by the time we were all able to find a time to meet. I was like, January didn't sound right. And so we got to kind of practice some of these concepts that you've explained here at the board table tonight. And I think, you know, one that is really resonating with me is moving away from this idea of math as an individual activity to math as a collective activity. And we got to try some of that. I'm thinking about the whale migration activity that we did where there was discussion involved and we got to like walk around and see how other people, some of our Hopkins scholars had thought through this same problem. And that was just such an exciting and engaging way to experience math. So there is a question in here, I promise. So I guess, you know, thinking about like this paradigm shift that we're experiencing here, not just in Hopkins, but nationally when it comes to how math is taught, how we communicate, how math is taught, you know, to our parents and caregivers and our community members. What are some of the biggest challenges you've encountered so far as you've been really leading this paradigm shift in Hopkins? And what are some of the challenges that you might be anticipating, and how can we as board members support you in that work?
So I think, I mean, the challenge is the work is big. This touches most classrooms in our system. And I also think this answer would be probably replicated across projects. It's about, I think, a big constraint is time. Our teachers are very busy, and we have a lot of initiatives going on. So I think that's, like, I want this to be happening tomorrow, and just things don't change that quickly, nor should it, because I think if we change too quickly, you know, is it really meaningful change? So I think a challenge is also just capacity in building up people to do the work and to be the catalysts for this change. And I do have to say there are a lot of people digging into the work. I'm amazed when I go into classrooms and see it. There are teachers out there who've come up and said, like, I always thought I was a literacy person, but like, I'm really I'm a math person now. And so that identity shift, right? That's a big thing. So I think that's an identity shift. And, you know, the question is, how do we take these people who are finding joy in teaching math in this new way and really getting their voices out there and getting them to be leaders for people to come to? So capacity is a really big thing. Yeah.
I think the other thing that I would name, just to like zoom out even a little bit further, when you will all remember, we had a group of folks here talking about literacy, And the focus and sort of infrastructure around literacy, even at our state level, is a lot more in place than it is around math. Now, with the new standards, we'll see if what kind of supports MDE is willing to put out there. But I feel like, you know, people have said things like, well, what's the math version of letters? Well, there isn't one probably, or if there is one, it's still in development or something. So I think for probably a myriad of reasons, there has just been more of a historical emphasis on literacy, even though arguably math is as big of an equity driver as literacy is.
Chair Westmoreland.
Yes.
Stephanie, I'm curious how this style of teaching math meshes with the MCA test assessments. Can MCAs adequately assess the kind of teaching that we're doing here or attempting to do?
So, just to put this in context, like, as we talk about this new way of teaching math,
Yeah.
this has been, we were talking about this in Bloomington in the year 2000, right?
I know it.
This big change started probably in 1989. This is not like a new thing. But change is hard, and changing how math is taught is historically a hot button topic,
Oh, yeah.
particularly for parents.
Right.
And I think I've talked to a lot of parents as of late, and I think, so I'm getting away from MCAs, but we'll come back to that. But I think, so I just want to acknowledge that this isn't a new way. Like, this way of teaching and these ideas have been around, but people are reticent to change.
Sure.
So with that said, yes, the MCA, this will not affect our MCA in a negative way. What this style of math does, historically, in mathematics classrooms, there are two sources of what we call mathematical authorities. Any guesses what those might be? Who are the mathematical authorities, maybe in your childhood math classes?
The book and the teacher.
The book and the teacher. So historically, the textbook and the teacher have been the mathematical authorities. What we're moving towards, what the field has been trying to move towards, is this idea of we all have mathematical experiences, right? And if we teach math in this interconnected way, right? If I come up to a number I don't know, like, then I can go, like, how can I create this? I have these tools. How can I create it and investigate it? And seeing the students that they have the investigative powers to answer questions that they haven't been taught. Because historically, the way we've taught math, we've gone in and we've said, hey, you don't know this. I'm going to teach it to you. So by doing that, it's like there's no foundation from which to build. Like, we're naming you don't know this. What we know about good teaching is, you know what, you had this experience, right? You had this experience, and let's draw the mathematics out of it. What do we know? And so, when our students go to take the MCA, if they're inquisitive and investigative and they've done this, if they come to a problem that they don't know, let's hope that we are preparing them, that they can look at it and they can think about, what's this question asking me? What would a reasonable solution be? How can I use what I know? Can I make a simpler problem? And so we're giving students the tools to navigate what to do when they come across novel mathematics. So I would hope that we're actually, I think we're preparing them better.
Good. We've taken a bit of heat this year for declining MCA scores, so I'm looking for, any possible solution to fixing that to satisfy our constituents.
Right. And these are
Thank you.
trends, yeah, we're seeing these in many places, yeah, with math.
Sure.
Dr. Whitney, do you know if there is work being done in teacher preparation programs to shift how either elementary teachers are prepared to facilitate this kind of math instruction, or how secondary mathematics teachers are prepared?
Yes, so I come to Hopkins via the university. So I've been teaching methods courses for secondary and elementary teachers. And yes, it shifted. However, if I think of, I was at DePaul University, when I teach an elementary math methods course, and let's look at the work of an elementary math teacher. So our kindergartners could come in, and maybe they know how to count to a certain number, but it could be plausible that we could put 5 items out, and they aren't maybe at one-to-one correspondence, right? So, that's where they're at, right? And that's an early stage of counting. So we're taking students in this counting phase, and then we go and look at the math. If you walk into a 5th or 6th grade classroom, like, the math that they have learned from kindergarten to 6th grade is immense, right? They're looking at decimals and fractions and multiplying. They've thought about division. That's a huge amount of math. In a typical university, a pre-service elementary teacher might have 1 to 2 semesters. This is not all universities, but that's, at DePaul, we were on quarter systems, so they had 10 courses. So yes, the university system is changing. However, when you have an elementary teacher who has to learn how to teach all the content areas, they only have so much time. And so that's the question too, how do we pick up those things and really work with them? So yes, that is changing, or has changed, but the time our teachers have in the university prep programs really isn't sufficient.
Hi. I had a question about the math learning progressions to facilitate learning pathways. I know that that's something that a lot of families have been struggling with, as our previous model of math instruction and pathways is going away. Can you give us any sense of what kind of, I would hope that it would become a much more fluid process, so that those who are progressing rather quickly through this new model would be able to fluidly move in and out of different instructions, and what brings them into that process that you've been describing.
Right.
Can you talk more about how that would work?
Yes. So the progressions look at how content builds over time. And one of the things that I think we're really grappling with as we look at this is, historically in the field, and this is not unique to Hopkins, there's this idea of, oh, they did the problem right, like, let's move on. And so my question, or our work, I think, is really, how do we take these progressions and really look at depth, right? As we talk about pathways, there's like this feeling of linearity, that you just go on, you just keep progressing through the content. But what we need to be careful of is, as we're going through content, like, faster isn't smarter, right? There's some publications out by NCTM with that title, that if students are showing stuff, can we show a depth, right? I look at 3rd grade math in particular, right? Fractions. When I was working in my master's degree, there was the rational number project is was at one point the longest ongoing research study in math. And I took a class at the U on RNP with one of the women who'd worked there for a couple decades on it. And I remember, I was like, I got a math major, I'm gonna go. I learned so much math. I was a high school teacher, I had a math major, and I went and for 15 weeks at the U, had my mind just, wow. Like, I had never learned fractions on that level. I continued to work on the rational number project through my PhD, and just like would learn things or would go work with students. And so what I want to caution us is like this, like chasing the next grade level, right? Yes, there are students who, you know, are leaps and bounds ahead, but I really want to make sure that when we're accelerating or whatever, what if accelerator meant like really going deep and understanding the content in a profound way? And as I'm out in the field and talking to teachers, you go to the high school, oh, I just wish they'd teach, kids are coming not knowing this, that, and the other. You go to the middle school, oh, I just wish. And so to me, this is all data. All of these conversations are data. And this tells me if they're coming and their current teachers are saying they don't know the content from earlier, could it maybe be that we're so worried about like going faster that, you know what, math is a really cool subject, and if we found really good, what if we sat with a really good problem? Like, what if we pose these problems that, you know, we didn't find a solution to? I always say math shouldn't be a sitcom. My math growing up was a sitcom. You'd be presented with something, you'd do the math. If you didn't do it, the teacher would tell you what you should have done and you were sent on your way, right? And then, but what if math was a subject that like you wanted to sit with, or, you know, a kid's riding their bike on the way home and they're still like, what is the solution? So I think we need to balance it, but I think we also need, you know, if our MCA scores have taken a hit, was that system really working for us? And so I think we need to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our learners and that we're going deeper and not just faster through the next stuff. So I think one of the challenges with the trajectories that we're making is how do we show a depth? And that I don't have a perfect answer to now, but it's something that we're kind of chewing on. I just met with some people today, and it's a really meaty problem that we're trying to work through, and we're using the progressions as a way to think about that.
Yeah, I don't think, at least for the parents I've talked to in my experience with my own students, I don't think it's about faster
Okay.
or chasing the next grade level. I think it's about giving them challenges, interesting things to work on, and to be able to feel like they are a part of something in which they excel.
I'm sorry, part of something that what?
In which they excel.
Okay.
I know personally, I have a kid whose math is their language, it's their world. And I think that there are lots of ways to support that. Not necessarily all of them are acceleration.
Right.
So I like the depth concept, but I also think there needs to be more of an exploration of what these students have access to. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
I think I'll just add a quick comment in regard to, I think, to Director Andreessen's comment. Is there a benchmark? Let me take a step back. How does your role, Dr. Whitney, and Dr. Holmes' role kind of intersect, where there's a benchmark? I guess from the private sector, there's always a control group that you use and you measure how whatever campaign, offer, whatever you want to call it, is performing. So I don't know if that's where the MCAs next year is your benchmark, and then if the third graders that are second graders now have not performed above that MCA threshold. I mean, I'm just thinking out loud. Obviously, I don't know, but I don't know if that qualifies. Like, I guess I don't even know what I'm asking. I don't know what the intersection is for you and Dr. Abby with what a true control group looks like and whether or not that is the MCAs for this year of how the third graders are performing, meaning the second graders need to hit that benchmark to where this math that's instituted now is going to basically be more of a real-time indicator of like, are they grasping that depth of learning? that math, if you know what I'm saying, sorry.
I do. So Dr. Holm and I do collaborate. We have some interest, we have some interesting data analyses going on now to look at tools and whatnot. And, how do we know, you put your money where you value things, and like looking at where our expenditures are we getting that? So in terms of, your timeline, so we're working towards this framework, so I can't say that this math is implemented now. We've heard, the amount of PD time that's going into letters and whatnot, and our teachers. So things don't move quite so quickly as in the private sector. And I do think, yes, we're gonna have things to look at. But right now, I just started this year. I'm getting a lay for the land, and we're really having to think about where is the work, where is the capacity, where do we start? And right now, there's a whole team with literacy. There's me. And so how do I build a team, build capacity? And I actually think that that's how we're going to see transformation. It's getting people, teachers leading the work. When teachers go out and lead the work, they're really doing that, thinking about their classroom, and then it spirals. So it is going to, we're not going to see the effects of this in a year. But we will have ways to benchmark and look at work.
Yeah, I think what I would add to that, so fortunately, one of the things that we do have aside from MCAs is we also do have FastBridge data. And what's great about that is that Stephanie and I and Dr. Abby and Sarah, who's in the back, we can kind of look across and compare like scholars or like classrooms or not unlike scholars and classrooms, and see where growth is happening. Because the MCA, it's like that one-stop sort of picture, but our FastBridge data can help us to see where growth is happening, and that is an indicator of a place that we can investigate further. So what are the ingredients that are happening? Maybe it's a specific classroom even. What are the ingredients? What does the instruction look like? How many minutes are they using IXL, maybe? What are the practices or what are the pedagogies that those teachers are employing? So I think that as we are building our data muscle, it gives us an opportunity to look for the bright spots and then figure out how to both build capacity that way, but then also maybe replicate it across more classrooms in our system.
Thank you. And for the record, I'm not saying this needs to be started tomorrow.
You just said next year. I just wanted to. We do have an amazing team, however, yeah.
Thank you for your comment.
Just like a very demanding board member.
Totally.
I have a super banal question after all these really great, fascinating questions. So when you were talking about the state standards and that they haven't been updated for 15 years, is that a pretty typical time frame? Is that longer than usual?
It's long.
Why? Like, why was it so long?
I mean, I guess, I guess my response to that is a non-technical response. I think, COVID obviously played a role. We'll probably be saying that for 20 years, I don't know. So COVID played a role for sure, but also, as Dr. Whitney was saying, there are some subjects that are, more fraught maybe than other subjects, and I think that it just, the process then just got slowed down. But a typical standard cycle is maybe more like 8 to 10 years, I would say.
And I do think too, it's a whole process to really investigate these and change, and the content some of the structures have changed. The contents, there's a lot of overlap content-wise between the 2000 and the 2022 standards. So it's not going to be a huge shift. So they're saying, like, don't go out and they're still in a 2-year rulemaking timeframe, but they're saying, like, if you want to start, you know, playing around with the mathematical standard, like, you should be doing that, but, like, use the standards that just are the same from the 2007 to the 2022, because those are still being assessed by the MCAs now. And so there is a lot of overlap. And then so there's some structural things, but it's not earth-shattering. I mean, they took off the analog clock, because I think the only place you see them are in schools. So,
A little bit sad.
but there are some changes, but they're not huge. And the other big change is they're saying that math should be taught in context. So that's going to be, you know, and I think even looking at the standards, what are relevant contexts for our learners? Because I look at some of them and it's like, I don't know. Is tipping really relevant for a 5th grader? My 5th grader's not buying me dinner, I'll tell you that. Right. So I think that's going to be our work, is especially in looking at our framework as we take these and make them relevant for us. What are contexts that are going to speak to our students, and how do we bring the math alive so that they do have that mathematical disposition and see it as valuable?
And I think that the other thing that we're sort of preloading are the pedagogical practices, which we'll see may or may not be embedded in the standards. So I think that will help us, and it will also serve us because traditionally new standards then lead to a 3-year new materials adoption process. And I think that immersing and grappling with pedagogy and standards now has us making better choices about materials and not relying solely on the materials to do our teaching for us.
So in terms of that state level assessment, like MCAs, for example, that's probably not going to change substantially until like 2027.
Right. They'll be
or later.
assessed on the 22 standards in the spring of 2028.
Oh, okay. All right.
Wow. One of the most impactful things that I heard when I was at a mathematics professional learning, so I actually got to attend Joe Bowler's training in person, and she's phenomenal. And I just distinctly remember her saying that there is no such thing as like a brain that gets math or a brain that doesn't get math, right? And so when you said that you've experienced some of our educators having this mental shift, like thinking that they weren't a math teacher, but now thinking that it could be their strong suit, I was just curious, because it seems like that is a very fundamental shift to happen within a teacher's brain.
Right.
And I was just wondering, do you know, or were they able to articulate what it was that caused them to have this really deep insight about their future potential or capacity?
So this is one of the amazing educators in the district. In her classroom, she has started using the San Francisco Unified School District math curriculum, which people are dabbling with. And I think just like digging into these resources, she and a colleague were doing it. Other colleagues at the grade level were like, we're not doing it. And there was a whole thing, and then they started doing it, and now the colleagues are like, what's going on? Now they started seeing evidence of kids being engaged, hearing the great stories of their colleagues, and it's catching, right? Like, this is how also giving educators time and space to I'm doing this and I have self-efficacy in this because I'm seeing the change, right? Like, I'm seeing it's working for my learners and I'm here for them, and so I'm ready to dig in. So I think just trying new things, and really, I think we did a number talk at the board retreat, doing things like number talks and really hearing kids thinking and whoa, and wow, this child, kids that maybe have historically struggled with math, now it's like, wow, they're mathematical contributors, right? They're adding something to our mathematical community, and they're seeing themselves as players, and their peers are, right? They're, like, as we talk about restorative cultures, this is part of restorative cultures, right? This whole mathematical disposition. So I think that's happening. I think just little things, like I talked to her a couple weeks ago, and she said, oh, the San Francisco math, like every math curriculum I've ever taught has always done fractions, and then you do decimals. And she's like, they did decimals before fractions. And she was like, oh my goodness. You should hear what they're saying about fractions because of this. And so I think what's happening is it's the students, right? When students are engaged and when you're hearing them talk about mathematics in really deep and profound ways, like I think that, right? Like what just happened? And you get into this reflective, that designer mode of being a teacher where it's like, what just happened? Okay, what made that happen? And so I think it's seeing the kids engages, and I think having math opened up and seeing it in this connected way. If you were a learner where math was really disconnected, and now it's connecting, and it's like, whoa! I think the greatest thing. So I've always said, my best days teaching are the days when I went home having learned math from my students. If I went home learning math from my students, like there was something right. It wasn't me. There was something right about the task or the conditions or a conversation that kids had. And so I think that's really it. And if we look at the traits of a Hopkins scholar, that's what we need. And I also think that there's a vulnerability to teaching, right? And as we said earlier, mathematical authorities historically have been teachers in texts. When you're a teacher, and maybe if you don't have self-efficacy of your own in math, and your students start doing something that you don't understand, this puts you in a really vulnerable position. So you have two choices: be uncomfortable and maybe let it be seen that you don't know what's happening mathematically here. Or like, oh no, here's the way we do it. This is our rote procedure to do it. And I think there's a culture shift that needs to change, and like, it's okay if you don't know the math. Like, what would happen, right? Like, oh my goodness, I've never seen this. I was at another school, and I had spent the day going through math classes with their learning coach, and stop me, because I can talk about, like, if I'm, but this teacher runs in, and she's like, Stephanie, my student used a strategy that I have never seen before, and it worked. Well, here's the problem. Is it going to work every time? If we go back, that's one of the things we're trying to get students to do. So if our teachers are engaging in this mathematical thinking and the way like something's happening that's really beautiful, right? Is it going to work every time? And I was like, well, I was in that 5th grade classroom this morning, and 3 students used the same thing. You're kidding me. So she runs into and so they're sitting there like, 2 teachers who've taught this content, like, is this method always going to work? And they're sitting doing a mathematical proof, right? But for that to have happened, this second teacher is a teacher who adores math and sees herself as a math person. Because she sees herself as a math person, she can come up to me and say, like, there was some math I had no idea, right? Like, there was new math. If I don't have that self-efficacy, I'm not going to walk up and be like, so a kid did some math I didn't understand, right? We have to, as educators, have that productive disposition ourselves to have these conversations, because you feel really vulnerable when you don't know the mathematics. And I've been in spaces, you're sitting doing a professional development, and the BC Calc teacher sitting next to you, right? That feeling's real even for adults, and we have to honor that. And we have to create a restorative space for our teachers to feel safe to do that, and this takes time.
And we have to be a learning organization where it's not just students learning, it's adults who are all learning.
Totally.
I love that.
I was thinking about the number talk that we did during our board retreat and how much real-time data is made available in an activity like that, right? Data that if you aren't asking students to think out loud about a problem and collaborate, that you wouldn't get until a summative assessment, right? And then it's like, oh, wait, like nobody understood this thing. I have to go back and reteach it. Like, how many times did that happen when I was in math class in junior high, right? So just that, like, immediate data as well is so powerful.
And the other thing is, how do we assess this, right? The MCA can't assess the connectedness or the creative, like math is should be a creative endeavor. School math isn't always creative, but we need it to be creative, right? And so you're absolutely right. Like, I was in a math meeting, a statewide PLC with the state today, and we were talking about like assessments. And what about just sitting and listening to students? How do we capture that, right? We talk about data as we talk to parents and hear things like, this is all our street data that we use. But how are we capturing that data? And there's gold. If you, like I have number talks from teachers and just not even being in the space, but seeing the student name with the work, it's phenomenal what I can learn. And it just conjures up a ton of questions. So yeah, there's great data. So yeah, and you were thinking about the number talk beyond, right? Like that's what
Oh, yeah.
we want our students to go home and like, what would be another way or to do
Because it
that.
felt very radical to me. And also, like, in the moment. And then also that sense of vulnerability at first, too. Like, oh, wait, no, I'm so used to just, like, sitting there and, like, waiting for someone else to figure it out because I don't identify as a math person, right? And then we all started kind of talking about it. And then it was, like, kind of that embarrassment and shame fell away. And it was like, oh, that's an interesting idea. Oh, my gosh, Katie's brain is so interesting. She's looking at it this way. And it opened up a sense of wonder. And I hear that, you know, in the examples that you're giving about the teachers as well, that it's opening up this sense of wonder and joy in the process that's so powerful.
And then one last, the other thing I'm seeing as I work with schools, I did a show and tell at a school where I've done some professional development. It was like, you bring something that you want to share. And several brought number talks. And what was interesting is it was a letters training day, but there were a few people, and then from our one before, the theme that emerged is like, they'd be like, guess whose strategy that was? And they'd name a student, and the teachers who had the student in previous years are like, no, like that's amazing. And so it's also like, when we open up math, like they were doing one with numbers and arranging numbers, so it was a multiplication, and it was like, how can you arrange these numbers to get closest to this number? So instead of like, here's 50, so the kids are generating, and they're also having to think about the structure of multiplication. How do I get it so it's a little bit lower or a little bit higher? And the student who got closest, the teachers were like, this child has historically struggled, and now that child's name is up there. Can anyone get closer than this child? And like, what does it feel like to that child? And has that child been historically disenfranchised? So what does it feel like to be invited in too? So, yeah.
Exciting stuff. Any other questions or comments before we wrap up this agenda item? Just like at the board retreat, I feel like we could just like keep you here at the table all night. And we know that you have a lot of important work to be doing, as you've shared with us. So thank you so much for joining us. This was really inspiring.
Feel free to reach out. And I'd love to hear more too about like the access piece. So that word stuck to me. So I'd love to follow up on that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Excellent.
much.
Thanks,
Thank
Stephanie.
you.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item is our budget and staffing update. I will turn it over to Dr. Mary Peary-Reed as we invite Director Chapanduka and Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot to the table.
Thank you, Chair Westmoreland. So I think Truro and Nick are approaching. So for a bit of framing, and we are now in the season where we will be providing our school board with regular budgeting and staffing updates. Just to remind our board members and community members listening in that this year we have been meeting weekly with our school and district leaders every Thursday to engage in a collaborative budgeting process. A subset of people had a handful of meetings with our Citizens Financial Advisory Committee to establish budgeting parameters. Torero and his team are continuing to engage in audit completion, lots of heavy lifting from members of the business services team and others in that space. Torero and Pam and Nick and others put out preliminary PSMs, predictable staffing models, to our school and department leaders, and are on the finishing side of budget tie-out meetings, which is an opportunity for school and district leaders to get together with this team to review this year's budget and make sure we're set for next year. So it's been a very collaborative and very busy process. So I just want to thank our colleagues at the table, Director Chapanduka and Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot, and we also have Sarah Serna with us at the table to provide information. But thanks to all of you and so many people involved in such a detailed and time-consuming process. And we look forward to some updates around budgeting and staffing. So with the staffing side, we've now turned our Thursday morning time from less of a collaborative focus on budgeting and more of a collaborative focus on staffing. And we know that budgeting and staffing go hand in hand. So Nick will provide those details. So thanks to all of you, and we'll let you take over here.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Reed. Good evening, Chair Westmoreland and respective board members. We'll start with staffing with Dr. Lightfoot. I also invited Sarah Sena to the table. I know at our last board meeting, there were some comments and presentations from staff at some of our buildings in terms of how we are allocating ADSIS resources in some of our categorical revenues. So we'll get more information from the programming side of why we are moving this direction, as well as some of the information we've received again in the last few weeks around compensatory revenue and why we are allocating compensatory revenue. And those more kind of the key components of what we'll be discussing at this workshop. With that, I'll go ahead and give Dr. Lightfoot the floor.
Great. We can move to the next slide. First, we've outlined the budget and staffing process timeline. For those on the board, this is a familiar timeline at this point in time in the year. So, for example, this evening you have in front of you the recommendation of the resolution that is on the consent agenda, looking at directing the administration to move forward with staffing and making sure that our staffing allocations and FTE allocations match what we have for our budgeted allocations, making sure that we have reached that preliminary balanced budget with the information that we have. Future personnel actions will be in front of you as on this timeline, noticing that in May we will have the final information in front of the board on any notices for positions that would need to be terminated for next year due to funding or other types of components that we have to plan for when we look at the distribution of our resources and how that occurs. So with that, just a couple points on staffing. We can move to the next slide. I think one of the things that is really a good component for this year that we need to keep in mind in front of us is that we have the 6th grade and 9th grade transitions. And as part of that work, we have been having conversations really since about November about what this transition would look like, especially for those that are interested in making a move from an elementary program to a middle program. Those likewise that might be interested in moving from a middle level program to a high school program, and making sure that we could align opportunities with interested individuals who were really looking to use their talents and use their skills in spaces that they weren't presently serving but were looking forward to serve in the future. So we've been spending time collecting information from staff through multiple surveys, trying to use that information as we came more fully into the awareness of what our budget would look like in February, and then have been spending March looking at the preliminary allocations and then working with sites, as Dr. Mary Reed mentioned, as they are looking at their use of predictable staffing model funds, as well as their choice of discretionary opportunities, and looking at how those are coming together at the site. Prior to break, we were involved in looking at the master work of the scheduling flowing into the staffing, and we've been doing those initial placements right prior to break, and have been then matching the information that we have with numbers of registrations, looking at what requirements are, any returns from leave of absence, requests for leaves of absence, and then also looking at any kind of funding changes within the landscape that we need to be aware of. One, for example, that you're hearing about is how has the change with ESSER dollars and the timeline with ESSER and what we have left to spend, how is that impacting positions that we might have had for a couple years while we had that one-time funding impacting us? How have some of the changes impacted us with programming in specific spaces and location? And so that work has been ongoing really for the month of March. Little tongue twister there. And we are now in a space where we've done preliminary notification with staff right prior to break of those individuals that have been able to be identified as, yep, we are able to authorize the transition. Especially important this week as we have some middle-level opportunities to, even this evening, educate families and do some introductions of staff members so that people can start to become acclimated into the space they'll be next year, and they'll have some awareness of those that are making the move to different locations next year as well. So we've been really trying to time that as best we can throughout the process, specifically this year with the 6th grade and 9th grade transition. The other element that I think is critical for us is that we continue to do our work at this point in time of trying to be forefront with our recruiting and retention efforts. We know that staff members have multiple opportunities to consider where they do their work, and we want our excellent staff to stay and continue to choose Hopkins as the place they want to do their best work. And so we continually look at how we can support that, how we can engage that. At the same time, we know that we have staffing shortages, not only in the metro area, but also in the state of Minnesota, and really very hard to fill programs because really there might only be one program in the state of Minnesota that's even graduating anyone with that license. So for example, we have wonderful tech ed opportunities that I can truly say we have increased registrations for and lots of interest. It now is up to us to find a tech ed teacher, knowing that we maybe have one program that graduates someone with that license. So how do we network? How do we partner? How do we build those relationships with professional opportunities in the community to make sure that we can gain the staff that have the expertise to work with our young people so that we can provide the programming that they're interested to learn and have experiences with? We've seen more of those develop, and part of our strategy has been looking and getting out as early as we can. So for example, I'm very pleased to let you know that we've been doing some really great work with our special education department, and our special education leadership has been very focused on looking at how quickly we can work to find quality staff members, to engage our networks, to make sure that we are looking at highlighting hard-to-fill areas as efficiently as we can and as effectively as we can and as soon as we can. And we have seen some good success with that as we plan for our programming for next year. So that's really one example of the area where we've been very targeted with our efforts and have started to see some good results. So with that, I think that's just kind of a general overview as we look at just some of the specific opportunities. Of course, more information will follow, but that's kind of the update of where we sit right now with the allocations and resources that we're managing at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Lightfoot. I don't know if there's if there are any questions from board members before we move forward.
Chair
Yes.
Westmoreland.
Yes.
Nick, you say there's only one technical education prep program in the state?
Yeah,
I'm just curious where it is.
St. Cloud.
Okay. Wow.
Yep. Likewise, fax programs, very difficult to find. And so oftentimes we have to look at CTE opportunities.
Right.
And many times individuals in those areas went into the profession because they love the profession. The concept of changing a mindset of, would you also love the profession and love to educate in the classroom, becomes the conversation that we look to pursue.
Yeah.
And to open opportunities that people may not even know might be open doorways to them.
Sure.
So we look to expand opportunities, and many times that's a building of a professional network with our present educators who know educators that might be interested in looking at the programming that we have here in Hopkins.
Right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? I think we can move forward.
Thank you, Chair Westmoreland. So, as mentioned earlier on by the superintendent, Dr. Mary Reed, we are actually finishing out our budget tie-out processes. Our goal is to have all the budget tied out by April the 15th, and then we'll put all the information together and we'll come back to the board on April the 25th to present first the revised fiscal year 22-23 budget, as well as the preliminary fiscal year 23-24. So based on that, nothing has changed. If we compare to what we presented at the last board meeting, but I know there have been questions around, some of the ways we are allocating resources. One, if you look at past practices and then the direction we are taking, and one of those categorical revenues, which has brought questions to the board from staff, is around ATSIS, which is the Alternative Delivery of Specialized Instructional Services, which starting in fiscal year 23-24, we have changed the way those allocations are being distributed into buildings, and we can kind of delve more into that. I also invited Sarah Sena, who is our expert around federal and state programs, so that she can give us more information around what ATSIS is supposed to be doing for the district. Currently, ATSIS has been allocated to the two junior highs in the past, and then starting in fiscal year 23-24, those resources will be distributed across our system. And I know if you look at how that structure, if you compare the previous process and the new process, it does look like there's a huge gap, of which there is. What we're trying to do is to start from somewhere, and then as we move into the future, make sure that we are leveraging the different categorical resources we have. And I think this is a good segue from what was just presented earlier on by the team. So with that, I'll give the opportunity to Sarah to walk us through what has changed this year and some of the impacts on what we are looking at going into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think the first important piece before we get into the specifics around ADSIS is to understand that we right-sized all of our state and federal programs, so it wasn't just ADSIS. This was taken in a holistic and comprehensive view on how we were looking at our state and categorical programs, and then how that funding that goes with those programs is then distributed to meet those program needs and the goals of those programs. So that was for title, it was for ADSIS, and it was for A&I, Achievement and Integration. This came at just the right time because both our ADSIS plan, which is a 2-year plan, and our Achievement and Integration plan, which is a 3-year plan, were up for renewal. And so we don't normally get a cycle like that where we have these big plans and then we rewrote our title plan as well. So we won't have a cycle like that where all of these plans will come up for renewal and realignment at the same time. So that was part of the impetus of doing this when we did it. was because we were able to rewrite those plans and have them approved so that we were able to realign a lot of them. And we realigned them under kind of 3 main buckets of work. One of the main buckets was around MTSS, or our multi-tiered systems of support. So that's our academic and behavioral support for students who need something in addition to core. It starts at core and then we build on that. The second bucket of work that we've kind of worked our plans focus around is around restorative culture and the work that we do with restorative culture for staff and students and SEL work. And then the third bucket is around recruitment and retention of high-quality staff. So those 3 buckets are the ways that we realigned all 3 of our plans to do work to support instruction for students. So kind of keeping that like very big frame in mind, we can focus specifically on ADSES tonight. So with ADSES, I'm going to back up just a second and make sure that we all kind of understand what ADSES is designed to do. Because state and federal programs come with very strict regulations and very strict purposes. And those plans that you write have to meet the demands and the requests and the goals of each plan, and each plan is very different. So we don't get to just kind of, we don't get to use the funding however we want to use it. It has to fall within the guidelines. So with ADSES, the idea is that money and those plans are designed to support early intervention for students who are on the pathway to maybe getting an IEP. So we're seeing things in performance, test scores, behavior, that are indicating that more support is needed beyond core, and even more support is needed beyond differentiation in core. So these are our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students of MTSS systems. And the idea is that if we intervene with these students in the right time, with the right intervention at the right dose, that hopefully, maybe, we will be able to stop the process of going to IEP with some of our students. So that's kind of the goal of the program. Thinking about that in the spirit of what that funding and that program is designed to do, right now our funding and the program is sitting only at the middle school, only at the junior highs. I'm thinking about what Dr. Whitney just presented about all this mathematical thinking and all of the things that happen and the way that we change and we learn. And when we think about learning and the process of learning, early intervention is something that we know works. It is one of the strongest pedagogical tools that we have as educators in our toolbox is when we see an error or we see a need, the earlier we intervene in that need, the better our chances are in mitigating the outcome that we're currently getting. So with ADSES, the idea was that if we can shift our programming and some of our funding down to our elementaries, we can intervene earlier and quicker in the right time with the right dose before the error and the learning gets fossilized in a way that can't be undone or becomes even more difficult and takes more intensity and length to intervene on. So what we did was we took a $750,000, which ADSES is difficult. ADSES is difficult to budget because ADSES is not a grant. We are not given the money. It comes through the special education formula, and we're reimbursed for it. And so when you budget for ADSES, it becomes a little bit tricky. So we budgeted for what we anticipated we would get from the state, because the state hasn't approved our new plan yet. So we took our best guess on what we thought we would get. And we think we're pretty confident that $750, or $750,000, not $750. Let me just, we would get a pencil box for $750 at this point. OSHA approved. So $750,000, and we distributed that, which you can see in the chart. So the high school, given the philosophy and the outcomes for ADSES, the high school, we allocated a 0.5 for restorative practices, and that work is going specifically to 9th and 10th grade students. So that particular FTE is going to focus on early intervention for students who are making the transition into our high schools in 9th and 10th grade to acclimate them and to support them in that transition period. Then we took our free and reduced lunch counts, and that is how we used, that is the number we used to allocate the rest of the funding. And there is another additional pot of funding that then got allocated based on students on IEP in resource room and speech only. So we pulled out our center-based students from that, that calculation. And that's how schools received their funding.
Thank you, Sarah. Can you go to the next slide, Alice? So that being said, this is the outcome of the shift from our current structure. So our current structure, based on what we have right now, with the ARTSIS dollars going to the junior highs, they've been benefiting about 300 students, 200 students at North Junior High based on projections, and 100 students at West Junior High. So total number of students benefiting out of these dollars, about 300. And then if we shift to the new allocation structure where the dollars are being distributed across all buildings, the projected student participation right now based on the plan is about 1,135 students. So this is kind of broadening and touching more students than the current structure. At the same time, like Sarah said, we also opened avenues in other categorical revenue sources where some of those dollars which have been pulled out of the junior highs will also be covered by, for example, title dollars, which used to only benefit certain elementary school. Now those dollars are also benefiting the junior highs or the high school. Will it be apples to apples? No. That's why I kind of said we are starting from somewhere with the hope of coming back to review into the future as we tie achievement, all these interventions to the outcomes.
Chair Westmoreland?
Yes.
Can I ask a quick question? As I look at this, I think that the right-hand orange numbers look like a great end goal. My concern is the transition to these numbers. As somebody with a 5th and 6th grader who have, if you look, traditionally had zero funding for ADSIS, going into North next year with the funding going down dramatically. I have a concern in moving all of these funds in an all or nothing manner in a space of those older elementary children who wouldn't have benefited from those dollars in their early elementary years. I feel like that may put an onus of effort on those middle schools to support those kids without the funds. Have we looked at a phased approach to this shift that could allow more support at our middle schools as we phase into supporting with ADSIS dollars at the elementaries?
So we, and I say we, as in the budget transformation group, so it was all the building principals, and we can get the list of everyone who was involved in that. But the conversation we did have a conversation about whether we wanted to take a phased-in approach or whether we felt like with the transition to the middle school model and some of the instructional shifts that were happening, as well as the plans being up for review, and the group as a group decided that this was the approach that they wanted to take, which was to make the shift and to work with the learning framework and some of the work that we're doing in the middle schools already to reallocate the funding.
Yeah, and also to add to that, so this is just one pot of money among others. So, for example, when we start to look at title, so before the junior highs were not getting in title dollars. Now we kind of shifted where they're also getting title dollars. We start to look at achievement and integration. The formula also was tweaked to factor in comprehensively areas where it was more focused on a specific particular building, and now it's shifting to a system-wide. So as you look at one program, it might look like a huge shift, but we are also factoring in other funding sources coming into those buildings, which traditionally would not have been the case.
So this is just one glimpse of a larger piece of the puzzle, which I get. I guess I think then the larger puzzle will be what we see in the coming weeks, right?
Yeah.
I have a question about dollars coming into the district. So if we look at the 22-23 numbers, we have 300 projected ADSYS students. And then the money coming in is, much higher than what we have coming in projected for 23-24 with over 1,000 ADSYS students. So was there a change in the federal funding formula that's causing that?
No. Thank you for that question, Chair Westmoreland. So what we are trying to do here is to be very conservative. So when we submitted the application is a larger dollar amount than the $750, but since this is a reimbursable, so we are spending the dollars up front, and we didn't want to go ahead and say, oh, we are getting this much from the state, and then we end up getting less than that. So we tried to be very conservative. If those dollars end up getting to be increased by the state, we'll just come back again and reallocate those resources back into the buildings.
Okay, so that comes from being conservative on our end versus what's potentially coming. Can you explain the dollar flow? So these are federal funds that flow through the state? Or these are state funds? ADSYS are state funds?
These are state
State.
funds.
Okay, thank you.
Question. Sarah, could you just clarify the projected ADSYS students for 23-24? They are students who have qualified for free or reduced price lunch and have other characteristics?
Yeah, this is kind of where things get tricky. So we used free and reduced lunch numbers to allocate the funding out. What you're seeing with projected ADSYS students are actually our MTSS identified students in the building. Eventually, as we continue to build our learning frameworks and our balanced assessment systems, and we get things where we have predictable historical data, we will be able to use that MTSS data to be able to allocate our funds out. We just don't have enough historical data in our MTSS process yet across the district that's consistent that we can use. So we had to use a free and reduced lunch, which is like our proxy measure.
So like numbers of students who may be receiving tier 2 and 3 support? Per building, okay.
And these are not all students who are receiving tier 2 and tier 3 support. So with ADSYS, any FTE that's assigned or paid out of ADSYS can only work with ADSYS identified students. So we may have more students who are in tier 2 and tier 3 that are in these buildings, but we just don't have an ADSYS paid teacher like working with them. These are just FTEs that have been assigned to students using ADSYS funding.
May I ask for a very quick clarification, not to be nitpicky, but is this left-hand column actually current 22, 23?
Oh, it says 23, 24. Yes, it is 22, 23.
Just to be sure that I.
Yeah, so the blue column is the 22, 23.
Okay.
And then the orange is the 23, 24 yellow.
Projection. Okay.
I just had also a question about, is there any reasoning behind the ways in which this funding was concentrated just at 2 of our sites? Was there something behind that?
Maybe Dr. Lightfoot may probably
Sure,
help us
I'm
from
more
a
than happy
historical
to.
context.
Yeah, the historical context was north and west. Prior to there being any ADSYS dollars were the 2 buildings that opted in district to apply and set that application forward. So they were there, and the cap at that point in time was set so that with North and West, no other buildings could apply because we were already at the allowable cap with what had been granted to North and West. So that existed and continued forward on the multiple applications that were submitted.
So now we have a new application that's been submitted and it's district-wide.
Yes.
Okay.
So if other schools had applied, could our total amount have far exceeded 870, or is 700 to 800 about the maximum a district of our size might receive?
Yeah, that's why when we did North and West earlier, that was reaching that cap that was the district
Okay.
allowable. So we did not have the opportunity to exceed what we had already met. So this really is the distribution of that, and again, the conservative distribution of what we could possibly get back to with 875, but that really was the district-wide amount that we could get. It just was concentrated in those two buildings for that application that had been approved.
Okay.
Given that the intention behind these dollars is early intervention, is it fair to say that surrounding districts kind of allocate in a way that's similar to the 23-24 column? I just like to have an idea of what our neighboring districts do with similar funding streams.
Yeah, from a state perspective, most of the ADSIS funding is going to our elementaries and some to our middles. There are very few high schools that receive ADSIS funding statewide. I can get the actual numbers if you'd like to see the numbers and the graph on geographically where schools, ADSIS schools are in the state as well.
Thank you. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Chair Westmoreland,
Yes.
how is the cap determined? You say there's a cap. Is it just like an arbitrary number, or?
Yeah, so the state determines the cap, and so what they do is they take money off their special education formula and they set it aside for ADSIS. So this is kind of the pre-intervention. And every year they set, or every 2 years they set a new cap. Again, I can send you the graphic on how that number has actually increased. So they have significantly, especially since 2013, 2014, the amount that they are awarding out to schools through the state aid model has increased significantly, and they anticipate it to continue increasing because of the anticipated rise and continued rise in the number of students qualifying for special education. And so as that, you kind of see a trend, it follows a trend pattern. So as those numbers rise, ADSIS money will follow as well.
But the cap's not increasing for us, right? I mean,
Well, the overall will, again, we budgeted conservatively because we weren't exactly certain, because we're reallocating out, not just in our middle schools. Had we just rolled that over, I think we would have been pretty certain and confident that we would probably continue to receive that money.
okay.
With the shift from elementary now to high school, we're not exactly certain if the state's going to approve or what they're going to approve. And so this is kind of our realignment year. Once we get approved, we get the feedback from them on our plan,
Yeah.
then we'll have a pretty high confidence level moving forward.
All right, so that 750 is just an estimate of,
It's our conservative estimate on what we think we're going to get.
all right.
And correct me if I'm thinking about this incorrectly, but I got the impression that not only do we have to estimate what will be approved for, but we have to wait to get reimbursed.
Yeah.
Yes, so what we do is we use our general fund dollars to actually operationalize this, and then we get a reimbursement. So what we've done in the past, we do get the reimbursement at the end of the year, and now we are shifting to where we get reimbursements on a quarterly basis. So we use our current general fund, either from our reserve or from our fund balance, to get the plan going, and then we go ahead and claim a reimbursement based on the actual dollars being spent.
And so the process of reimbursement, Is that through MDE, DHS?
It's through MDE, so we get the allocations back through special education.
Okay, and how much, just for my personal knowledge, how much paperwork does that add to our staff?
It's quite a bit.
I thought it probably would be.
It's quite a bit of paperwork. That is part of my role, is to find ways to create efficiencies in that and make sure that we're doing it on an ongoing basis. We're not waiting for the end of the year and then having to, right? It's also in working with Fonda and her staff on building an MTSS process that builds a lot of this data gathering and review into our processes so that we can just pull the reports and the data as we need. But with all categorical funding, state and federal funding, there is a lot of regulation, and all of that regulation is a lot of paperwork. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
And increasing.
And increasing every day.
Well, thank you for your work on that. I know staff appreciates it.
Thanks.
Because it is a lot.
Additional questions or comments on the budget?
I just have one comment. If this, for the right-hand side in orange, is approved, I'm assuming you're hoping to hear after June 6th, would be my guess, after the budget's been approved. Is there, if there's any additional funding, how does that, like if the state says, yeah, this is good to go, I'm assuming that's your benchmark right there, that 874 of what was provided this year. 750 is conservative, but let's just say whatever that delta is, what, 173, 172? I'm not the math major, Dr. Whitney is. But long story short, I guess my wonder is, with that delta of that 170, is that available to go back into those coffers to kind of say we're going to be in parity to where we were last year?
So to answer your question, Director Ross, so what we did here with the 750, and again the 874 is what we got approved for this year. So the 750, let's say we go ahead and get an approval of the, I think it's a little over $1 million we applied for. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and, using the formula, distribute those resources across our different buildings. And eventually, we'll have to come back to the board with a revised budget, since, especially if we get the approval after the board approval on June 6th, we'll have to come back later on in the year with a revised budget reflecting the new dollars.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments for this team? Thank you very much, Director Chapanduka, Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot. We'll see you back at the table to talk about the budget again during the meeting. And thank you very much, Sarah, for providing us with the additional context around ADSYS. It was really, really helpful. And now we'll be able to communicate this information more effectively to our constituents. So really appreciate you being with us tonight.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our last agenda item for the workshop, which is planning our school board candidate information session. So every 2 years, we hold school board elections, and it has been the practice of this board to host an information session for community members who are interested in running for the school board. So this year, we will have 4 seats up for election in November. And typically, we host the information session before the end of the school year so that folks who are thinking about running have that information as they head into the summer. I asked Elise, thank you so much, Elise, to link the slide deck from the information session that we did 2 years ago into the workshop packet. So you can refresh your packet doc there and access the slide deck. And I guess my ask tonight is twofold. I'm happy to, I am not up for reelection, So I'm happy to take lead on planning the candidate session, but I would love a partner or two in that work so that we could co-host it. And so wondering if anybody would be interested in working with me on that. So there, I'm just going to leave it at one ask for now.
So, just out of curiosity, Jen, why do we do it during the school year? Because looking at the filing period being like mid to late summer, do we just do it to give people that much time to think? Because I know when I was running, I missed it, like, because it was so much earlier than the filing period. Does it make sense to do one, then maybe record it? I don't know, but it just seems so much earlier than the filing period that I wonder if we've thought about doing one like a week before the filing period opens for that sense of urgency.
We can certainly consider it. I think that a lot of people kind of start thinking about it and certainly do campaigning throughout the summer. So candidates can launch their campaign at any time before the filing period. So I guess my inclination would be to do a session earlier before the end of the school year while we still kind of have momentum as a board, because typically we take 6 weeks to 2 months off in the summer. So to do that before we take our summer leave. And then I do like your suggestion of recording it and making it available on the website so that folks who are searching information about filing and running could access the training that way.
Yeah, well, and I suppose when I think about it, it goes out in a lot of the principal newsletters, the parent communications, which cease in the summer, so.
I'm just making a few notes.
I never attended either.
I missed it as well.
I do like,
Did anybody attend the candidate informations? Okay.
Oh, I did.
you know, I
Okay, okay. But yeah, then even more so, I think, like, recording it makes
Yeah.
great sense.
I like that idea, yes. And then we could stream it too that night, of course.
I am interested.
In helping
I
me?
will be a partner.
Thank
yes.
you.
One of however many.
We can have up to
Decide.
3 of us work on it and not violate open meeting law. So if there's anyone else who's just really
I'd be glad to help, too.
wonderful, great, thank you. So then my next ask is around the date. So I was looking at our agenda, our draft agenda for May 23rd. And at this point, we don't have a super full workshop agenda. So my thought was that we could do a workshop from 5 to 6, then host the information session from 6 to 7, and then have our meeting.
Oh, that's so smart.
Sounds good.
You like that?
Yeah, because then they could even attend a little bit of the board meeting if they haven't before.
Exactly.
And it makes great use of
Our time.
your time. Yeah,
Great.
I like that a lot.
Everyone's available that night?
I believe so. 1 second.
But it's an actual meeting night.
It
right?
is, yep.
Yeah.
It's on the
Should be.
calendar.
So wondering then, as you scroll through the slide deck that we used the last time around, if you like that general layout, of course, we would update it to include the most recent information about the district, do some context setting. The role of board members has not changed substantially since 2 years ago, so a lot of that content would stay the same. I would hope that we could update the pictures, for example, removing the picture of me in the mask with the Janet Jackson headphone situation from when we were on the Google Meet. I'm fine forgetting those Google Meet days. So yes, so we'll update the aesthetics a bit, but wondering if you have any requests for, or ideas for additional information or changing the content in the slide deck.
Would it be okay if, like, I would be happy to kind of think about that, only with an eye on the time. And I wanted to say one thing personally about the 23rd, and I'm happy to take this discussion kind of offline. The 23rd happens to be the junior high's final band concert.
Oh.
And my husband is traveling for work, so there's no parent at this moment. So I had at least a decision to make about that evening, and I
We're
don't,
making it harder.
yeah, and if that's how it has to be, that's fine. And so I only wanted to put that note on your radar as you're taking notes, and we can think about this for sure. And maybe it's grandparents going to a concert, whatever that looks like. And regarding your most immediate question about updates, I think that you're right. We absolutely have some updated images that would be great to use, and would be happy to work on that. Give it some thought. This is the first time I've ever seen it because I didn't go to the one before my election period.
So other dates that we could look at and kind of do a similar plan would be May 9th or June 6th.
Is June 6th the last day of school?
It's also the last board meeting,
I think it's
if we're
the
able
second
to
to last
approve
day of
the
school.
budget by then.
I think June 7th.
Yeah, it's the second.
It's last day of school.
Yeah.
It is the high school graduation.
On
June
the
6th.
6th?
June 6th is?
Oh, we're gonna
well,
be sick of each other.
We better, we better not have a board meeting then.
It's a lot of,
That feels like a
It's a lot
lot.
of us
for-
time.
That feels like a lot for June 6th. Okay.
Maybe do it the week before.
So we would do kind of a separate session that's not attached to a board meeting?
Or just do the board meeting the week before.
Oh, do the board meeting the week before.
or do the information session from 5 to 6, the workshop from 6 to 7, because the concert wouldn't be until 7, right?
Yeah, it's 6:30, of course. However, that is an option, and the other option is that we don't have to make big structural changes, and then I can work on possibly, helping to update talking points and maybe not either specifically. So I have not solved that problem for myself, and if there isn't a way to accommodate that, then that's fine. But I'm open to the 9th, May 9th. I'm open to doing an info session earlier. Could look like a few things.
Back to Katie's point, is May 9th seem too early?
It feels early to me, especially knowing all the budget stuff that we have coming up.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at, I want to take a closer look at the timing of graduation and then look at that June 6th meeting, because maybe we'll end up moving that meeting. So Rhoda and I can take a look at that, and then I'll circle back and we can finalize the date for the information session. In the meantime, Steve and Rachel, I'll reach out to you, and the three of us can start working on updating the slide deck.
Sure.
With assistance from Marcom, of course, because I don't think they want school board members going rogue on their beautifully designed slide deck. So, wonderful. Any other ideas, concerns, considerations about the candidate information session?
Yeah, I shockingly don't even remember doing this.
I don't know if you did do it, Shannon. I think it was just me and Steve and Rhoda
Oh, okay.
in the end.
But I think I've done some trainings, not just district-specific, and I think that one of the things that people find really helpful is resources.
Okay, sorry.
And so perhaps adding a slide that gives them resources on running a campaign, that kind of stuff might be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm happy to share that.
Thank you.
I feel like we know at least one community member who's expressed interest, so I wonder if we could talk with her and just see what kinds of questions she might have to help us be anticipatory at the session.
Or if there are community members watching right now who are interested in running for the school board,
Yeah.
please,
Send your questions to.
yes, exactly.
I think when we did it last year, almost all the questions were about campaign stuff. Which I think we made it pretty clear it's a pretty personal decision, and each person might do it differently. So, but I think that was nearly all of our questions, time commitment and campaign stuff.
Great.
And who brings the great snacks? Was-
No, and it was
That's the
Jimmy,
important
the
thing.
business you give Jimmy John's before every meeting.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. So let's close down our workshop, take a 9-minute break, and see you back at the table shortly before 7 for our meeting. This meeting of the Hopkins School Board is called to order at 7:02 p.m. I'd like to welcome our community members who have joined us here in the physical space, as well as our community members who are watching this meeting on the YouTube live stream. As has been our practice this school year, we will go around the table and introduce ourselves so you understand who is here, who is making decisions on behalf of our community this evening. So we started with Director Ross last time, who just did an awesome job, but tonight we're just going to mix it up and start with Director Hartland.
All right, I am Rachel Hartland. I am a Minnetonka resident. We chose to move to Hopkins schools. Originally, I lived in South Minneapolis, and when my youngest, he attended kindergarten there, and then we were looking for a place that really matched our values. We enrolled him as a first grader into Hopkins, and then loved it from the moment we've been here, and then moved into the district. So we have been in this district for 6 years, and he is now a 7th grader at North, and then I also have a 5th grader at Meadowbrook who's about to transition to North, and a 3rd grader at Meadowbrook as well.
Hi, my name is Katie O'Shea Peterson. I have a 5th and a 6th grader, live in Golden Valley, have been in the district for, I just figured out 13 years this April we bought in district, so.
I'm Steve Adams. I've lived in the district,
Show off.
38 years. We moved here because my wife was an employee in the district in various capacities for 45 years, and insisted that we live in the district so that our kids could attend Tanglin Elementary and then North Junior High and high school. And they're now, of course, grown and successful in their careers.
Good evening. I'm Rhoda Mary Perry Reed, Superintendent of Schools for Hopkins. I'm in my 6th year. I have a daughter who is a 5th grader at Eisenhower Elementary in our Chinese immersion program. She'll be at West next year. And then I have a son who's a 9th grader at North. He'll be at the high school next year. And both of our principals for West and the high school are in the audience today. Thank you for being here. I also have a stepson who is a kindergarten paraprofessional with Miss Johnson at Eisenhower Elementary.
I am Jen Westmoreland, she, her. I currently serve as chair of the Hopkins School Board. I grew up in this community. I'm a proud graduate of Hopkins High School and the parent of a 6th grader at Eisenhower in the Xingjing program.
Hi, my name is Shannon Andreessen. I am currently vice chair of the Hopkins School Board in my first term, and have 2 students that went through the district. My eldest is at the University of Minnesota, and my youngest is a 9th grader at West Junior High.
We have Director Khan online. So Director Khan, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Tanya Khan. I've been one of the directors currently serving on the Hopkins School Board for, like Shannon said, this is my first term. I've lived in the district for about 12 years. My kids both graduated from Hopkins, and currently they're attending the University of Minnesota.
Good evening. My name is Jason Ross. I am year 2 in my first term. I have 3 children. Do this every time. All 3 of my children go to Tanglin Elementary. I'm going to get in trouble like I usually do with my kids. 2 4th graders, 1 1st grader. Soon their birthdays are coming up relatively soon, so I remember that piece. I have been a resident of the Hopkins School District for the past 10 years, and I have enjoyed my time here in Hopkins, and I am glad to see all the community members coming out, and enjoyed meeting with the community members and our engagement sessions. Thank you.
Thank you to my board colleagues. So our next agenda item is open agenda. This is when we hear public comment from our community members. We have 2 public comment periods during each meeting. The first one at the beginning of the meeting is for items that are on the agenda. The second one is for items that are not on the agenda. Our community members have 2 options for giving public comment. You can leave a voicemail prior to the meeting to be played publicly during one of the 2 sessions, depending on if your item is on the agenda or not on the agenda. We did not receive any voicemails tonight. The next option would be to attend a meeting in person and to fill out a public comment card and hand it to me before the meeting begins. I received 3 public comment cards this evening. We have 2 for items that are on the agenda, 1 for an item that is not on the agenda. So I will call the 2 community members who are speaking about items on the agenda up to the table here shortly. And I'll welcome our community member who is speaking about an item not on the agenda during our second public comment period at the end of the meeting. I have some guidelines to read first. Because all of our public commenters are present in the space, I'll just read these guidelines once here during this public comment period. So please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Public comment is for input only. Members of the school board will not respond directly to public comments that are made at this meeting. No specific action will be taken at this meeting in response to comments that are made or issues that are raised during the public comment period related to items not on the agenda. If the board determines that action is appropriate, that action will occur at a future board meeting. If you have left your contact information on the comment card, a district representative may follow up with you after this meeting. I will recognize 1 speaker at a time. Only those speakers who are recognized will be permitted to speak. Individuals who interfere with or interrupt speakers, the board, or the proceedings may be asked to leave. Personal attacks on any individual, including any other speaker during the public comment session, are unacceptable, as are obscenities or profanity. Persistence in making such remarks will end the individual's opportunity to address the board and may result in the individual being asked to leave. I will rule out of order any statement that would violate state or federal law, school board policy, or the privacy rights of an individual. Minnesota's open meeting law prohibits the discussion of private educational data during an open meeting. Accordingly, during the public comment session, no person may discuss private educational data on an identifiable student. The open meeting law also requires the board to close a meeting for preliminary consideration of allegations against an employee. Accordingly, community members who have concerns about an employee or want to file a complaint or allegations against an employee are encouraged to contact the superintendent directly. We ask that you not name an employee during your comments. Repeated violations of these time, place, and manner restrictions may also lead to the meeting being briefly recessed. Community members will have an opportunity to be heard within the limits of the law and subject to the time, place, and manner restrictions above. Thank you for listening to all of that and for participating in public comment this evening. So first, I'd like to invite Scott Stillman to the table. And Mr. Stillman, we are going to put a timer up on the screen here so you know how much time is remaining.
Good.
That's kind of a new exciting feature that we have.
Very nice.
And you can begin when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Scott Stillman. I've been a teacher in Hopkins for 26 years. I want to thank you for your time and efforts to make decisions for the Hopkins district. It is a difficult job to navigate and support all sectors of the community. We're here today as committed Hopkins and Glen Lake staff members to share more about the effects that the 2023-24 budget will have on our school. Our students have significantly increased academic, behavioral, and mental health needs compared to pre-COVID years. This is not unique to Glen Lake. We all know that the increased needs of students are being experienced everywhere. However, being a smaller school with fewer students qualifying for free or reduced lunch as compared to other Hopkins schools, Glen Lake will receive a smaller base staffing allocation and will be allotted a lower amount of compensatory revenue. This will translate into larger class sizes and less academic and behavioral support. The current predictable staffing model or base model used in Hopkins allows for one classroom teacher for every 30 students. A site's discretionary and compensatory funds are then used to hire additional teachers in order to lower class sizes. As Glen Lake implements our multi-age classroom model, it is more important than ever to take a personalized approach to our instruction. Having large class sizes is not conducive to a personalized learning environment. The potential of having fewer staff members in upcoming years to support the wide spectrum of our student needs is alarming. In order to maximize our multi-age approach, Glen Lake relies first on discretionary funds to add classroom teachers. When those funds are depleted, sites use their compensatory revenue, which is based on the percentage of students qualifying for free or reduced lunch. Unfortunately, the current preliminary budget for next year allocates Glen Lake less than 4% of the total compensatory revenue given to the 6 elementary schools in Hopkins. While Glen Lake does not have the concentration of low-income students that other sites do, we still have 26% of our students experiencing poverty next year. This 26% will be underserved just because they are attending a school where their peers' families do not qualify for free or reduced lunch. We're very fortunate to have an amazing principal and dedicated staff at Glen Lake. We go in above and beyond to support each other and to maintain a caring community of learners. Because of this cohesive spirit, we've been able to stay above water to create a great place for learning. But we are very concerned about the future of being an underfunded school. We are concerned about the impacts to our staff, our students, and our families. We believe there are baseline needs which must be met to ensure success for all. As referenced in a letter recently sent to school board and cabinet members, we believe additional compensatory revenue allocations are necessary to meet the needs of all of our learners. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite Nicole Middlestat to the table. Nicole, did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Did, in fact.
Oh, good.
It's a lot of letters.
I'm glad. Mine is too, I understand. Welcome. You can begin whenever you're ready.
All right. Hi, my name is Nicole Middlested, and I've been a teacher in Hopkins for 9 years. In the spirit of being champions for Glen Lake, we have looked at how we can be solution-focused to address the challenges we face in the current proposed budget for next year. Over the past couple of years, we have been fortunate to have additional ESSER funds to help make up the difference between what we are allotted as a smaller elementary school and what we need to operate safely and effectively. While we continue to have the increased academic, behavioral, and mental health needs that were being addressed with these funds, the government is no longer providing this revenue. This leaves us with discretionary and compensatory funds to supplement the base model and to provide our school with the essential staff we need to provide world-class education. As just explained by Scott, we receive very little compensatory revenue, and therefore we will again be facing staffing challenges. We simply do not have any flexibility with the funds allocated to provide enough staff to support personalized learning or to meet our students' behavioral and emotional needs. While Glen Lake does have a lower percentage of students generating compensatory funds, we still have many low-income students with significant needs to be met. A local educational reporter recently noted that one shortcoming of the compensatory revenue formula is that it does not include a baseline amount per site or student. She stated that for students experiencing poverty, there's nothing magical about attending schools with well-off peers that eliminates their additional needs. The current formula for compensatory revenue implies the needs of low-income students can be mostly alleviated by attending school with wealthier peers. We feel that this quote highlights the issue we are attempting to address. After investigating the state's 2020 evaluation report of compensatory education revenue, we understand that districts may allocate up to half of their compensatory revenue to any of their school sites, with the other half following the students who generate it. This flexibility seems to be a way to ensure the baseline amount to small schools such as Glen Lake that otherwise would not have enough compensatory revenue to meet basic needs. By implementing a baseline amount and distributing the remaining funds based on free and reduced percentages, the sites with the highest concentration of low-income students will continue to receive the highest percentage of revenue. It is not our intent to take away funding from other schools. This is why we are asking for just enough to help our school provide the best possible programming and support for our students. We appreciated hearing Dr. Mary Perry Reed say at the last board meeting that the board wants to be experienced as being highly responsive to their stakeholders. We are committed to Hopkins and have a deep love for our school. We hope that as a board, you will be responsive to your stakeholders at Glen Lake by helping us provide the academic, social, and behavioral support needed to lead each of our students toward a brilliant future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for all of our community members for joining us here in the space tonight. We appreciate you being here. So we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is reports. And unfortunately, we do not have any of our student board representatives with us tonight. Admittedly, that is my favorite part of every meeting, is listening to what our students are experiencing and the really insightful observations and recommendations that they bring forward. Our students are just returning from spring break, so I would imagine that they have a lot on their plate and that they will be back with us at our next meeting on April 25th. So we will move on to our superintendent's report. I'll turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Thank you, Chair Westmoreland, and good evening to board members and everyone in our audience. Thank you, educators from Glen Lake, for being with us, and Mr. McCullough, thanks for being here, and thanks to all of our community members, parents who may be listening in the virtual space. So I'd like to start by introducing Huxley. This is Huxley. He's a second grader from Eisenhower Elementary, and he recently came to school in style, as you can see. He was picked up by our local fire department and brought to school in a fire truck, of all things, and this special ride was a prize that he won for reading the most minutes, a total of 2,328 minutes to be exact, during a 10-day school-wide competition. Way to go, Huxley. And that must be his family in the background, maybe? I don't know. Very exciting. I've personally never ridden in a fire truck. On March 28 and 29, author and illustrator Rick Krastowski, I practiced that a few times before, visited and spoke with our students at Meadowbrook. He taught them about the process of writing and illustrating from idea to print, and also taught how to use figurative language to help tell a story. Wild animals inspire Rick's art and writing, and many of these characters have made their way into books that he has written and illustrated, including My Little Fox, Big Brown Bat, Hop Frog, and Turtle Crossing. You can find Rick's work in bookstores around the Twin Cities, and we want to thank author Rick for helping our students develop scholarly writing skills. Glen Lake scholars also benefited from an author visit. Former Hopkins student Anthony Walsh wrote a children's book called Hockey is for Everyone, or Hockey is for Everybody, to be correct, based on his experiences as a hockey player. And in this book, he relays the importance of empathy and inclusiveness, two of our Hopkins graduate traits. So Anthony is now in law school, and we're really happy that he paid a visit to Glen Lake scholars. Also, the Polar Plunge happened today in the West Junior High parking lot. Students in the Unified Club fundraised more than $10,000 for Special Olympics and for their club. Unified Club students were excused for the latter half of the day to participate in this event, so staff, lots of guests and students were there to witness one another being plunged into probably what normally would have been experienced as frigid waters. But with temperatures today, the plunge hopefully felt like a refreshing dive. So congrats to our students for their fundraising efforts. And moving on up, at the high school level on March 16, Nevaeh Madison received a full 4-year Dease scholarship to attend the University of St. Thomas. The scholarship is awarded to approximately 10 of their incoming freshmen. These scholars commit not only to service, but to learning how to be an effective change maker for one's campus, community, and beyond. Nevaeh plans to major in public health with a minor in nutrition at St. Thomas's Family College of Health. Congrats to Nevaeh and her family. Also at Hopkins High School, a very special experience, and the world got just a bit smaller when 11 Israeli high school students visited Hopkins High School on March 29. Social studies teacher Rex Roth gave the visitors a tour of the school building. Principal Ballard addressed them. Dr. Michelle Kuhl addressed the students in Hebrew, and time was given for Israeli and Hopkins students to be in conversation about what they have in common. Students learned that their educational systems were different, but they share a lot of similarities as teenagers. So this was a really fantastic opportunity for our students to develop another graduate trait, global mindedness, to learn about a country on the other side of the world from people who are their very own age. So thanks to the high school for hosting those Israeli students. Also at the high school just today, lots of buzz in the hallway between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. during the lunches. Lots of buzz and face-to-face interaction between students and members of our community. So Holly Megdance, Fonda Contreras, and Alex Fisher helped facilitate our school community and partnership committee, otherwise known as SKIP. And the goal today was to have our community partners engage with students by way of offering resources, jobs, internships, as well as mental health and other services. So our partners who are present today included Hopkins Education Foundation, Kids in Company, recruiting for summer jobs. If any students are listening, you have to be at least 16 years old. My Health, ICA Food Shelf, Move Forward. Our partners at the City of Hopkins and City of Golden Valley were there. Hopkins Public Library, Resource West, Growing Through Grief, and our Minnetonka Police Department. So thanks to all of our fabulous community partners for engaging with our students today. Other fantastic district news, 11 educators from across the state of Minnesota are up for the finalist position in the 2023 Teacher of the Year Award. And so these 11 educators have been selected from a group of 44 semifinalists and 132 candidates overall. And 2 of the 11 are our very own Hopkins educators. English language arts instructor Fatuma Ali at our high school, and second grade Spanish immersion instructor Miss Allison Wolf. So this is really, really a big deal. The luncheon is coming up on, I think, May 7, if I'm not mistaken. And so let's all root for one of our Hopkins teachers to win the Minnesota Teacher of the Year Award. Another teacher currently being featured is Allison Purdy at our high school, and she is fondly known as Purdy by her colleagues at the high school. She was nominated by the local Rawlings chapter of the Air Force Association for their Minnesota State Teacher of the Year Award. And this would be presented to Ms. Purdy on April 14. So just 3 days from now at an Air Force Awards dinner sponsored by Hubbard Broadcasting at the University of St. Thomas. Are you going, Principal Ballard? I will be there. Oh, wonderful. So thank you for supporting Allison Purdy, and congratulations, Purdy, if you're listening. Purdy is also the wellness champ for Hopkins, so she exudes all of this warm and like fantastic persona for the school building. She's great. And last, more on the business side, so in the spirit of providing our school board with regular updates regarding progress made against our system goals, I wanted to recognize a district office team, mostly in HR and Business Services, who came together last Thursday and Friday for marathon demonstrations or demo from our ERP finalist Oracle and their implementation partner AST. So prior to this evening, we notified our school board that the district put out a request for proposal for a new enterprise resource planning system, for which Oracle is now a finalist. And Enterprise Resource Planning, or ERP for short, is essentially, it's a software system that is used by organizations to help manage and integrate important business functions. So think HR, purchasing, finance and accounting, payroll, and so much more. And what I heard is that our Hopkins team is really excited about all of the possibilities to increase efficiency and effectiveness with critical tasks that our colleagues are doing on a regular basis to provide services to internal staff and also our external stakeholders. So we'll continue to provide the board with updates as our teams make a final decision and also begin the implementation process. So thanks to Director Taruro Chapanduka, our Assistant Superintendent Nick Lightfoot, our Director of IT John Wetter, and lots of other folks who helped bring Oracle to us, Oracle and AST, and they are also our key thought partners as we think about what will be a 2-year implementation plan. So thanks to all of you, and that'll be it for the superintendent report this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Perry Reed. Any questions or comments?
I just had one quick comment. I just wanted to thank all of the staff who implement and bring in the Unified Club. I've seen just how amazing it is for the students in the schools where that exists. So I was happy to see West having that club and then also having a lot of fun for all their hard work. So thanks for highlighting that.
Great. Next, I would look for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Oh, thank you, thank you, Director Khan. I'm sorry, that caught me off guard. Thank you. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next, I would look for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next, we'll move on to the treasurer's report with Treasurer Adams.
Thank you, Chair Westmoreland. Quite a few expenses this time due to the length of time between our today and our last meeting. We continue to incur expenses for snow removal and salt. There were charges of $112,000 for snow removal and salt from the period of January 10th through April 1st even. We continue to have numerous charges for substitute teachers. And because we contract out our nursing services now, we had $28,188 for contracted nursing services at the high school, $19,754 for contracted nursing services at West Junior High. Our International Baccalaureate candidacy application required that we submit a fee for $9,500, which we did. An interesting one that we incurred was $1,195 for heart monitors for the Phi-Ed classes. I assume that's at the high school. $3,093 for e-sign software, the electronic signing software that we use on various documents that I know at the board level. I imagine it's used elsewhere too. Nearly $8,000 for Heggy's Pizza. Now, it was not consumed by our students. It was apparently a fundraiser for a Chicago music trip. Well, actually, maybe it was consumed by the students. I don't know. Maybe they bought it all. So they're planning a Chicago music trip sometime soon. And $3,500 for a 5th grade field trip to Eagle Bluff Environmental Learning Center in Lanesboro. And I don't know which school got to take advantage of that or gets to take advantage of that, but it sounds like a great opportunity. So with that, I move that we approve total disbursements in the amount of $2,693,000. Let me start over. $2,693,951.37 for the period of March 16, 2023 through April 6, 2023.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second?
I have a motion and a second to approve the treasurer's report. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Aye, sorry.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next, we'll move on to new business. The first agenda item under new business is our fiscal year 2022-2023 budget and staffing update. I will turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry Reed, and we'll invite Director Chapanduka and Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot to the table.
Thank you, Chair Westmoreland. So we did have budgeting and staffing as a topic during the workshop, and we just provided a little bit of framing to help our audience understand all of the work that's gone into this process, including weekly Thursday morning budgeting meetings, literally starting in September and going through now with all school and district leaders working collaboratively through the budgeting process, working with our Citizens Financial Advisory Committee to establish budgeting parameters for the school board's consideration. Chiriro and his team putting together preliminary predictable staffing models for school and district leaders. And, you know, just really knowing that despite a giant surplus at the state level, continuing to wait for the state to provide school districts with the funding that does allow us to allocate resources in a way that truly is impactful for students and educators and school staff, and waiting for what the decisions are. I sit on the AMSD, the Association of Metropolitan School District Executive Board, so there's a lot of state level advocacy happening within that group. And then we have board members who sit on the Legislative Action Coalition for Hopkins. And so across district level legislative action groups and state level organizations, we are fiercely advocating for an increase of 5% for this year, increase of 5% for the next year, linking future increases to inflation, and also seeking significant reductions for the special education and English learner cross subsidies. And what we're, continuing to learn is that sometimes even with funding increases come, policies and other mandates that sometimes are not attached to the funding that we would need for implementation. So we are definitely trying to plan with all that we know, but also sitting in a space where there are many unknowns and wanting to be as conservative but hopeful as possible. And then we've also tried to explain to our district and school-based staff that it really does not help a district when we have a decrease in enrollment. We all know that enrollment drives revenue, and so maintaining and even increasing our enrollment really has to be a collective charge, because not only do we want to keep our families and have them be happy, we can't afford to lose students. So we are in a predicament right now of having fewer resources this year than we've had in the last couple of years, with enrollment challenge, with a stop to the federal stimulus dollars, and also the uncertainty with the support from the state. So, there's so many factors that we have to consider when we're engaged in the budgeting process, and I'm very grateful to a team of leaders who care very deeply about how we're supporting student learning and how we're supporting our educators, and how we're also being equitable with the distribution of these limited resources. So I actually didn't mean for that framing to be so lengthy, but with that, I'll just turn it over to our Director of Business Services, Truro Chapanduka, and our Assistant Superintendent, Nick Lightfoot, and Sarah Cerner, our, you have a really long title. Can you just state your title, please?
District Assessment and State and Federal Programs Coordinator.
Oh, I can remember that. Okay. That is a lot, though.
It's a lot.
Okay. Well, we appreciate
It's
you
an
being here as well. Yeah, you need an acronym for
We were
sure.
talking about that before the meeting.
Why not? One more.
Just one more. Okay. Well, thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Reid, and good evening. Good evening, Chair Westmoreland and respective board members. First of all, I want to acknowledge staff in the room and our community, and also just to mention that we appreciate the feedback we are getting from staff around budget allocations. Just like Dr. Mary Reid said, these are our preliminary first round of allocations based on information we have. As we get more information from the state, we'll come back and do a second round of looking at what is still needed in our programs, in our buildings, as well as our system. What we have today is we'll start with the staff update, and then we'll move on to some of the categorical dollars which we receive into the system, and how those have been allocated in the past, and how we are allocating them going into the future. And we'll accept any comments and discussion from the board. So currently, what we have here is we are planning to complete our budget tie-outs. We've been working with building leaders around allocating resources based on their priorities, based on the different needs. And that process takes us to the preliminary budget presentation for fiscal year 23-24 and the revised budget for fiscal year 22-23 on April the 25th. Again, we still have an opportunity based on any additional information we'll get from the state to come back and make any necessary revisions. If this happens before the final approval from the board, we'll make those revisions. If this happens after the approval from the board on June 6th, we'll come back at a future date to revise the budgets and make sure that the allocations are being distributed to the programs and buildings where they are allocated. That being said, I'll give the floor to Dr. Lightfoot to take us through some of the staffing discussions.
Thank you. Good evening. Good to be with you all. I will try to hit the highlights, as much of this information we were able to present to you in the workshop. But for the listening audience and for those who have joined us, the budget and staffing process timeline is in front of you. I'm pleased to report that we are on track with that timeline, with the sets of information that Director Chapanduka just went through. Specifically this evening, you did approve the resolution which directs the administration to continue the work and start to bring to you any modifications that would occur for any position terminations or position changes that we would need to look at, given the revenue that we have and the budgeting that we're doing, based on the April 25th information. So as you're aware from our past practices, that is forthcoming to you. As part of that work, I highlighted in the workshop that key to this year's efforts are the transition of grade 6 to our middle programming and grade 9 to our high school programming. We've been working on aligning the staffing needs with the budgeting allocations as we've sat down with each site to look at their budgeting tie-outs to know what they are planning for in their preliminary allocations, with the goal of gathering that information, bringing it together as a staffing committee that we meet on Thursdays. As Dr. Mary Perry Reed mentioned, we work on those budgeting aspects and that staffing aspect as a collective group on Thursdays, taking the best set of information that we have, coming together as a group, and then using that information to formulate our initial sets of staffing assignments that we completed right prior to break. We've been continuing that work. As part of that work, when we do have known openings or known vacancies, whether due to retirements or staffing needs or leaves of absence or other sets of information, we have been diligent in our efforts to recruit, knowing that the field of education is right now experiencing labor shortages, as I mentioned during the workshop, in specific areas that we are mindful of, and continually seeking as soon as we can candidates for those positions that we know are hard to fill and need to be out front with as soon as we can. Where I would highlight a couple is that we've been much more in virtual spaces, and it has been interesting over the year to see how many of our recruiting efforts have now shifted to the virtual landscape. Specifically, it allows us to meet many more candidates in a much more open set of opportunities, which helps build the network that we know is successful in bringing us candidates, especially in harder to fill spaces that may be in places in Minnesota that people might not think about coming to Hopkins, but if we can reach them virtually, we set a whole course of possibility that leaves us with a lot more options as we continually work to increase candidate pools. So that's been another aspect of our recruiting that has been ongoing and been very promising. So with that, I know that we have some additional information on budgets. I'm open for additional questions on any of the components of the staffing process.
Any questions or comments from board members at this time? Okay, I think we can continue.
Thank you, Dr. Lightfoot. So on the agenda tonight, we did receive some feedback at our last board talks from staff around how we are allocating some of the categorical revenues. So I wanted to take the opportunity to explain why we are shifting some of these allocations when we look at past practices and where we are going right now in terms of programs and how we are trying to align our programs across the district. And with me, I have Ms. Sarah Sena, who leads our federal and state programs and assessment, to walk us through one of the pots of resources which we have made changes around how we're allocating resources, which is the alternative delivery of specialized instructional services, ADSIS. One starting with those allocations and going into how the resources have been allocated in the past and how we are planning to allocate them into the future. And after that, we'll also delve into some of the compensatory revenues as part of the feedback to staff we've presented tonight. With that, I'll give it to Ms. Sena.
Thank you. So I think before we begin talking about the specifics of ADSIS, it's important to understand kind of the landscape of state and federal programs in the district and the moves that we've made with many of our state and federal programs. So ADSIS was one of the funding sources that we have. We also get Title I and other title programs, but also A&I. And so when we were looking at the allocations and how programs and allocations were funding across the district, we worked this year with the budgeting committee to right-size those plans and the funding that goes with them. And that happened for a variety of reasons, one of which is that our ADSIS plan and our A&I plan were up for renewal in the same cycle, which doesn't happen very often because ADSYS is only up for renewal every 2 years and A&I is up for renewal every 3 years. So we worked to right-size those plans and to align the strategies in those plans, and then to align the budgets to go with the plans. So what's of important notice also is the goals of ADSYS. So each of the state and federal plans is, the funding can only be based on the plan itself and how the plan is written. So we don't have a lot of leeway in how we spend the money. It's regulated to us. This is the philosophy of it. These are the goals and these are the regulations that come with this funding. For ADSYS specifically, the goal of the program and the philosophy behind the program is around early intervention for students who are on the pathway to receiving an IEP. So these are still general education students. They have not qualified for having an IEP yet, and they are specifically our Tier 2 and our Tier 3 identified students. So this is in addition to any core instruction they would be getting. This funding is specifically designed to provide direct service for those students who have been identified. We worked hard in our plans to realign our strategies in our plans specifically so that they all aligned so that we could braid funding sources to support the work that schools said they absolutely needed to do. One of the buckets that they said this is vital to our work is MTSS, which is providing math, reading, and behavior supports in addition to the core instruction. The other piece that they had said absolutely has to be in place is restorative practices. This is a foundation and a strategy and a pillar that we are all doing consistently across our district. And the third bucket of work that they said we really want to keep focus on is our recruitment and retention of high-quality teachers, particularly teachers of color. So you will see that reflected in this work, and ADSYS specifically supports our work with restorative practices and with our MTSS Tier 2 and Tier 3 students. So our revenue, well, let me back up. It's not actually revenue, it's called state aid. And there's a difference between revenue and state aid because it's not actually money that we're given, it's not a grant. We actually have to be reimbursed for it through the special education formula. The funding works a little differently for ADSYS because it's a reimbursement model, and it's a reimbursement at only up to 55% of what we spend. So just being aware of that. We budgeted conservatively this year because we moved from only having ADSYS funding available and programming available in our middle schools to spreading that funding in our K-12 system. And the reason that we did that was because the goal of ADSYS is early intervention and prevention. And so the earlier we can intervene when we notice that students are having challenges, the higher the likely outcome of having a positive outcome is, right? So we want to be intervening as quickly as we can with the right intervention and the right dosage of intervention, which means our elementary schools were not benefiting from that and from this particular funding source if it only lived in our middle schools. So we right-sized that funding along with our title funding and our A&I funding. So we're just talking about ADSYS right now, but know that 2 other state and federal programs also right-sized around these strategies. So we did give an allocation to the high school to round out their restorative practices coordinator to a full 1.0, so a full FTE, and that particular person or that FTE is going to work on with 9th and 10th grade students who have been identified. So we're still doing early intervention at the high school with 9th and 10th grade students who are transitioning into that environment. The remainder of the money was then allocated out using our free and reduced lunch counts and using our allocations, our current allocations for students who are on IEPs, who have identified IEP goals and needs. And part of the reason that we used the IEP students on IEP numbers is because one of the goals is to stop students or diminish the number of students who are being referred to special education, right? This early intervention is to prevent that flow of students and only be identifying students who have identified a need after a rigorous learning experience and intervention experience. So we used part of that number to allocate part of that funding as well. If you want to go to the next slide, actually. Yeah, okay. So let's talk about the impact of this, right? So anytime there's an action, there's an impact. And one of the impacts that we know to be true is that the ADSYS funding was redistributed, which means in terms of ADSYS alone, our middle schools are not receiving as much funding as they were before. Overall, when we look at all of the funding, we can take a look at that shift. But right now, what we're just seeing is the reallocation of this particular funding source. What we also notice, though, is that in the 22-23 ADSYS plan, which is the plan for this year, we have identified 300 students in our middle schools that are available that are able to be supported with ADSYS funding. So the $874, I'm sorry, my eyes are like going, $874,000 is going to serve 300 students, because in ADSYS, when you are identified as an ADSYS support staff member, you can only support we can only be reimbursed for the time in which those staff are working with identified students. So they can't work with all students and get reimbursed. They can only work with students who have been identified for ADSYS. And so in our middle schools, that's 300 students. When you look on the right-hand side for this coming school year, when we right-size the plan, we are now able to serve closer to 1,135 students. So that's a significant increase in the number of students that will be served with the funding. And it's across all of our buildings now instead of just 2 of our buildings.
Thank you, Ms. Sena. Any questions from the board around ADSYS?
Coordinator Cerna, while we're on this particular slide, could you, I know we addressed this during the workshop, but we have a fresh audience now and folks joining us online as well. So if we look at the totals there between 2022-23 and 23-24, we are going to be serving way more students in 23-24, and we're getting way less aid from the state. So wondering if you can explain that calculation to us.
Sure. So with the right sizing of the plan and the redistribution, we had to we had to kind of project what we think we're going to get from the state, and we took a pretty conservative approach to that. And so this is what we are fairly confident and certain that we will get $750,000, which is about half of what we could apply for. Anything above and beyond that the state comes back and says, yep, your plan looks great, we're gonna actually give you the full, you can go ahead and utilize the full amount, will get put back into the formula and then redistributed out to those sites.
Yeah, and just to also add some more context to that, knowing that this is reimbursable, so we are using our general fund or our fund balance upfront to pay for those services and goods. For one reason or another, if we don't end up getting these dollars, then it's going to have an impact on our general fund. So just trying to be very cautious on what the impact might mean if we don't end up receiving those dollars, of which I think we will be receiving the dollars.
What's the timeline? When will we know how much we're getting?
It's late. ADSYS is one of the latest state funding. It's not probably until the end of June that we'll find out. Hopefully sooner.
Other comments or questions?
Here, Westmoreland.
Yes.
I'm astounded we're going to be serving about 4 times as many kids next year with less dollars. Is that intentional by the state, or how do they arrive at that funding level? It's not by head count, apparently.
No, so the state, the state determines, they take off a certain percentage of their special education formula that comes to them and sets it aside for ADSIS. So we know ADSIS funding has been increasing, the set aside that they've been putting as the special education numbers in the state have been increasing because they want the prevention work being done. It's not based on so the allocation isn't based on like our numbers, right? We identify the students internally using our MTSS process. So each school went through a needs assessment and they looked at the number of students that they're currently serving in Tier 2 and Tier 3 and the number of FTEs they think they would need in order to get that work done. And then that's what you're seeing reflected here this is our schools saying, this is the number of students we think we can serve if you give us this, whatever FTE allocation is based on the allotment that was given to them. From a state perspective, they are watching those numbers, and they are working to continually try to provide schools ADSIS funding as much as they possibly can as they see the numbers increasing. In fact, I think I'm going to share with you, once I find the slide, you can see the increase. And it started significantly in 2013, 2014, and I cannot remember for the life of me why, but there is a reason and I can't remember. There was a big uptick, and it has been consistently growing exponentially, the amount of money and the number of schools, districts that are receiving. So we started with, in the state, when ADSIS was first developed by the state of Minnesota, there were only 35 schools in the state who were receiving ADSIS funding. There are now over 200.
Yeah, and I think our hope is with increased participation, we'll also start to see additional dollars coming in. I think our current plan was kind of constricting us because it was only identify this number of students. Now we are starting to see that there is actually a bigger population of students who can be benefiting from this. And as the state start to, track our history, we are hoping that that will also increase funding into the district.
Is ADSIS funding part of the omnibus bill, the education omnibus bill that's being considered right now?
I don't,
Do you know?
oh, go ahead, I'm sorry. I don't believe so, but I can check.
I've not seen anything really tied to ADSIS, so I'm not sure.
I'm just wondering if there's a separate funding stream for ADSIS, or if it's included in kind of the overall educational budget.
It comes through the special education funding formula. So anything tied to ADSIS, you would see come through the special education legislation.
Yeah.
And it's a piece that Minnesota has decided to take off and to provide schools the opportunity to apply to do prevention and early intervention for students in general education.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I have a question. I apologize, are you?
Okay. Director Hartland.
I was just curious if there is an effort to recapture some of the resources, the staff, the experience, and the wisdom that have been providing these services at North and at West for however long, now that just the funds are being reallocated. What does the actual picture look like for the people who have put in effort to drumming up these services in the junior high levels?
Absolutely. I know that our building principals would probably be a little bit more equipped to answer the specifics on that question. I can talk to it from like a systems perspective and the work that we're doing behind all of this. So ADSIS funding and ADSIS programming is feeding our what's called MTSS system, our multi-tiered system of support system. And our multi-tiered system of support system is currently, we're working with Fonda and her team and the district level team to reevaluate a lot of the work that we've been doing post-COVID. Right now that we're post-COVID, we have a changed landscape. We keep hearing this, right? Like, and it's real, right? It's extremely real. And so a lot of the work that they've been doing at the middle school is getting captured. It's captured in that process because it's already part of that process. And so I can speak to like even the math work that we're doing. I'm working with the math team right now, and we listed out every single intervention that we have for math going on in the district from K to high school. And now what we're doing is we're going through, and these teachers are part of this, this work, is they're now providing, we're looking at it's called the IES guides. They're the kind of national guides on what is high quality math intervention. What would be the components of really high quality math intervention? We're looking at what we're doing, and we're rating these things against these outcomes, right? And these components of what would be high quality. And they are teachers at the middle school specifically who have been engaged in math ADSYS work are then layering on another level of feedback into this process to say, this hasn't been working. We can't move forward with this. We've been trying it, it's not working, it's not getting the results, but we have been doing research and piloting this thing over here. Could we continue to do that, and how could we then build the infrastructure for this work to happen? I think what's really important for us to always keep in mind is that MTSS processes and interventions and differentiation happen even if we don't have funding, we still have to be doing this work. The work is providing high quality instruction and interventions to students. ADSYS is an additional funding source that we can use in order to support that work, but it is our job, and now my job and that team's job, right, to figure out how to build the infrastructures to keep the cycles going. So it's like, this is the kind of the fun part of my job, is that this is where the intersection between assessment work that Dr. Holm and I are doing with our balanced assessment and the work of like our IDL team and our special ed team around the actual programming and instruction begin to intersect to create metrics and benchmarks and progress monitoring and all of this stuff that like really churns an education system. So the whole process is gonna keep going in these spaces, even though this funding isn't allowing for a particular FTE. What we have to do is kind of re-look at and revamp the structural pieces in order to keep that going. And that's what we're engaged in right now, and those teachers are definitely part of that process.
Yeah, and also to add to that, and I'm hoping that we'll keep staff, talented staff in the system. What we're also trying to do is to be very intentional. When we looked at how we have actually structured some of these programs around funding, sometimes it's more it's been like we are double dipping, where we have a program which is funded from so many different streams, and it becomes very difficult to assess or to determine the return on investments on those investments. So what we're trying to do is to try to be good in one area and define the funding of how we get to where we see a progression around achievement, instead of taking a few dollars from achievement and integration into this program, a few dollars from ADSYS into the same program, a few dollars from compensatory revenue into the same program, and it becomes so difficult to actually intersect the resources and the outcomes.
I have a question.
Yes.
Sarah, that was very similar to my question. I was just wondering, and I'm sorry if you covered this, but does the MDE program that supports ADSYS, have they ever, when they distribute those resources, do they also couple it with, and these are the research-based interventions we advise you to use?
So they have lists of research-based interventions, evidence-based interventions that they provide. And most of them, they direct you to the What Works Clearinghouse, which is the government website and research site. They do not prescribe particular interventions, but there are higher quality interventions that have higher evidence and research base than others. And that's what we're looking at right now, is what do we currently have in practice and how many of those are meeting that threshold and how many of those are not. And that's kind of the work that like Dr. Whitney is doing with her math revisioning work, and then this MTSS work will come alongside of it and eventually will braid together. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Anything else on this ADSYS piece? I know you have some content to cover around compensatory revenue as well.
Yeah, I will just maybe, hopefully my question is a segue into the compensatory revenue. Because I'm wondering about the determining factor. I understand the MTSS tiered system being a driver behind which students are flagged, but it seems as if the free and reduced price lunch count is a bit of a disconnect as to why that's being used as how we're allocating the funding. So if you could explain that a little bit more, and then also how do we allocate based on, because I would assume it makes sense that compensatory revenue is allocated based on those because that's what it's actually measuring. But if you could explain a little bit more around that, that would be great.
Sure, absolutely. That's a really great question. So the short answer is we don't have enough historical data in our MTSS system that is consistent across all of our sites to use it to distribute from a district level funding allocation. That is part of the balanced assessment system work that Dr. Holm and I are doing in very clearly articulating what those assessments are, what the benchmarks are, and how sites will use them as part of their processes in MTSS to determine support for students in each one of those tiers. And that's part of that MTSS work that everyone is, that team is engaged in right now. In the meantime, we needed a proxy measure, and the proxy measure we used is free and reduced lunch. Going forward, the hope is that we will have enough data that is consistently gathered, analyzed, and used in this process so that we'll be able to use other measures in addition to free and reduced lunch counts.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I wouldn't want our community to get the message that we think that any sort of things come along with students who are struggling with poverty, that it isn't necessarily a one-to-one equation here in Hopkins. So
Yeah,
thank
not
you
at
for
all.
that.
Can you say that one more time, Vice Chair Andreessen?
Yeah, I just wouldn't want to send the message by attaching, I guess, a value judgment on students that are struggling with poverty, that they need necessarily show up needing these services, and or that there are certain behaviors attached to that situation that many people find themselves in. So I just wanted to make sure that that's not what we're doing here in Hopkins. We're not assuming that a child that lives with poverty shows up with these things necessarily. That's all.
No, I really appreciate that. And what I'm thinking about right now is this very delicate space that we're in, because we would never want to connect attributes or behaviors or characteristics or performance that are negative in ways that are not, researched or evidence-based. And I do, this may be unpopular for me to even go there. However, I do want to point out, and I was really struck by a recent presentation that we had from our research partners at Optum and at the Federal Reserve Bank that have been looking at our longitudinal data, our very own student data that is anonymous. And when you look at grade point average, when you look at successful high school graduation within 4 years, When you look at college admissions trends, you see a very distinct pattern that our students who have qualified for free and reduced lunch, it is a determining factor in whether or not they've been able to be successful. And this is really hard for many of us. I think for me in particular, as our system leader, because I wonder how can we know who our students are that are living at or below the poverty line and provide them with the quality service that we know they will need, because research has said over time that our students who come from low-income backgrounds do need targeted and specific and high-quality intervention. And how do we do all of this without an ounce of, shame or blame, or without that being stigmatizing for our students? And I really struggle with that, because how do we serve students well, name by name, student by student, if we're not really clear whether or not they have that adverse childhood experience as a factor in their profile? I mean, that's a really hard question, and I think as a group of educators and leaders, we need to grapple with that.
Can I jump in very quickly? Thank you for saying that, because that keeps me up at night in this job.
Yeah.
Because as the regulations come for state and federal programs, a lot of this stuff is dictated, or we're kind of told that these are the parameters that you have to work within. And so you don't want to continue to perpetuate, right, these policies and practices that we know have not worked for groups of students, and yet at the same time, we know that those groups of students have not performed well in our systems. And so that balance and give and take I just wanted to say thank you for saying it, because it keeps me up at night as well in how to write these plans and how to think about supporting schools in implementing the plans and measuring what measurements are we going to use, right, to measure the effectiveness of what we've put in place. I think all of those factors play into it.
And I think, as our Glen Lake colleagues pointed out, because students of color are not, a majority at Glen Lake, it is not just kids of color who qualify for free and reduced price lunch. We have our majority population students who are also living at or below the poverty level. So have to continue thinking about how we can best serve all of our students and each student based on what they truly need to break up these patterns.
And I appreciate the space of how we ask ourselves to hold each of us accountable to any bias or other practice that may come in that we may not be aware of that actually is occurring as a result of this, just as a functional factor that presently we're using, but we're looking to advance upon in the name of equity, to truly acknowledge that that's also our responsibility.
Chair Westmoreland,
Yes.
this topic has kept me up at night in the past too, especially when I was considering how do we get internet service to the kids in our district that need it. And there is a service that's available, a discounted service from Comcast that is available to families with free and reduced lunch. So I, once upon a time, asked, can I get a list of those students so we can contact their families and let them know that this is available? And I was told that's highly confidential information, and we will not release that information to the school district. So I don't know how they get it, how do they get services like that? So it kind of puts us at a disadvantage to get some of the services for our kids that they need. On a different topic, going back to ADSIS, I noticed that the deadline for applications for ADSIS funding for next year was March 3rd. Have we met that deadline?
We did.
Okay. I also noticed there's a maximum award of $1.3 million.
We applied for all of it.
Okay, terrific. All right, thank you.
Okay, so maybe this is a great segue to the next topic on the agenda, which is the compensatory education funding. And again, also wanting to acknowledge some of the feedback we received tonight from staff around how we are allocating compensatory education funding across our system. Also looking into what has been past practices around compensatory education funding, as well as our predictable staffing model. So compensatory education funding is supplementary funding targeted for students not achieving a grade level based on free and reduced price lunch. At Hopkins, we are trying to be intentional around how we are using those resources, mostly around positions and supplies for core classes, examples being reading, writing, math, etc. So how compensatory revenue is actually determined is based on free and reduced counts of students enrolled on October 1. And the number of students enrolled who are eligible for free or reduced price meal program. And the state does the majority of the calculations and go ahead and give us the allocations. And the current year's count generate next year's revenue. So we always are cautious, and we try by all means to make sure that we capture as much information as we can. And in the past, it has been, at least for the last few years, it has been a practice for building leaders in partnership with our nutrition service department to reach out to families who qualify for the free and reduced benefits application to make sure that they are submitting those applications. And it has been difficult in the last few years, you know, with the pandemic and also the state and federal government shifting to more of a summer food service program reimbursement model where you know, most families didn't have the motivation to go ahead and fill the applications. So we've seen quite a bit of shift over time with our compensatory revenue. But for the budget we are getting into in fiscal year 23-24, we did see a positive shift just because of the pilot project the state has been running around some of the Medicare eligibility components being factored into calculating the compensatory revenue. And I know this was presented earlier by staff around some of the limitations which come with how compensatory revenue is calculated by the state, one without factoring any base amount, which becomes very difficult for a small school with not a lot of free and reduced applications for benefits. And sometimes it does have a factor. And then you factor in how we have in the past allocated these resources. So I just went back to, for example, fiscal year 2019-2020, before we moved to the current model where our allocations was, the allocations were based on spreading the compensatory revenue across our system. So, and I do have some of the, Alice, can you go to the next slide? I do have some of that information on the slide here, and I did put side by side. For example, how we allocated resources in 2019-2020 across our system. So across all buildings, based on the total dollar amount we received for compensatory revenue, each building was able to capture about $384. And if you go back to the actual report, so for example, a building like Glen Lake, they generated $870.52 in 2019-2020, and that information is not on the slide. If you look at the net difference, it's about $282,513, which ended up going into Glen Lake for good reasons. At that point in time, I think part of it was to address the different priorities. And then when we started to look at, okay, how do we go ahead and make sure that the resources we are receiving are targeting those students who are generating those resources. So that very same example, so when I look at a school like Eisenhower in 2019-2020, and based on how we're distributing resources, they received, based on the district allocation, about $384, but they generated $726,638, which is more of a net deficit to them of about $346,254. So we ended up shifting to where we said 75% of the compensatory resources are going back to benefit the building which generated those resources. And definitely, if you look back at how we're doing things at some point in time, 2019, 2020, and then how we are allocating those resources, there's definitely a huge gap when you start to look at a small school like Glen Lake, which is not really generating those dollars based on their demographics. And that does, I want to acknowledge that does have an impact, but at the same time, we're also trying to create a foundation of how best we are able to actually use these resources for the purpose they were allocated to the system, is supplementing using those factors around free and reduced accounts. My advocate is for us to continue working with the state on probably refining and maybe create a baseline which is tied to students instead of free and reduced accounts. So that being said, I will take any questions from the board around any of the compensatory revenue allocations.
We've talked at length at this board table about the burdensome paperwork process for families filling out the free and reduced lunch forms. Director Adams and Vice Chair Andreessen have done a lot of advocacy around that, which is another factor that contributes to this, right? And, a decline in numbers or just not being able to reach all families who would qualify for this type of funding. Director Chapman-Duca, as I'm looking at this most recent slide that we were on here, I know between 2019, 2020, and where we are now, we engaged in our budget right-sizing process. And so I appreciate seeing these two kind of sets of amounts side by side, but wondering if you can kind of provide some context around the shift and kind of how we got from the approach we were using in 2019 to distributing these funds to the approach that we're using now, inclusive of any sort of change of regulations that came from the state level, those types of things.
Sure. Yeah, and thank you for that, Chair Westmoreland. Yeah, there has been a bit of scrutiny from the state around compensatory revenue because the dollars we receive are guided by state statute. So we can use these dollars for certain specific services or goods, which are actually tied to some of those interventions. And I know when I joined the district, there were still conversations around what is a different way of allocating compensatory dollars into our buildings, mostly focusing on those students who are generating those resources. And then we started having conversation around the best way to actually do this, and then came up with a formula which pretty much represents some of the needs across our system. At the same time, some of the supports on like how do we manage those resources as we build some history. So for the last 2 years, we've been allocating compensatory resources into the buildings with that 75-25% formula. And resources going directly into those buildings where the funds are generated. And the thing with that formula, in terms of how the state calculates it, is the more students who participate in the free and reduced, the huge the gap. So when you start to look at a building like maybe Gatewood or Eisenhower, where you can see there is higher participation, and then you look at a school building like Glen Lake with like 16% participation, it feels like it's a huge difference. But these calculations are basically straight from the state, and we are trying to shift as we build that historical information. Maybe later on we can try to figure out a different way. I know there is that provision of holding 50% and distributing 50% to buildings. But if you compare with how those resources have been distributed in the past, we had to start from somewhere so that we can stabilize the system in terms of how those resources are allocated, and also making sure that the guidance from the state is at the center of how those resources are impacting a building. I think the next stage here and the next step is to start working on some of the assessments around how those dollars are really impacting those students who are generating those dollars. And that's something we'll probably have to work on, identifying what that looks like. And then if there's any modification we'll need to make as we gather more information, we can engage on those conversations.
So as I'm listening to you, I'm hearing kind of two main drivers for the shift. The first being a more equitable distribution of the resources that also serves to stabilize kind of, what's happening at each site in terms of what leaders can expect from year to year, and then also increased oversight from the state. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Other board member questions or comments?
I have a question.
Yes.
I feel like I should know the answer to this, Torero, but do you know, because I know that at the state level there are many discussions around what are some other poverty indicators that schools and systems could use outside of the approved applications for free and reduced price lunch. What I'm wondering is, are districts allowed to use other indicators, or we are held to only using the free and reduced price lunch eligibility?
I don't know, Superintendent Mary-Reid. I don't know if there's any limitations in terms of other indicators we can use. But from a resource allocation standpoint, which is how we are actually receiving these dollars, I think the biggest indicator is the free and reduced. But I think we can also factor in other components, since some of these things are are kind of different from one geographical area to another. So there are other factors which come into play. I know the free and reduced lunches do play a factor in other components outside of just resources in terms of some of the standardized testing, some of the activities which may bring resources back into the system based on those free and reduced counts. But I don't think there's any limitation to us developing our own organic ways of tracking and moving resources based on needs across our district.
So I know some groups at the state level wondered, okay, well, maybe we use zip code, right? So if we used zip code and there were students within a certain zip code that we knew came from low-resource communities but had not completed the application, is there room in the expenditure criteria to allow districts to make those kinds of decisions? I think that's what I'm wondering.
Superintendent Mary Perry Reed. I heard a presentation by MDE where they said that, in fact, it's gone into effect this school year, where some students are able to qualify for free and reduced lunch without having to fill out the application. It's called direct certification. Maybe Sarah knows about this, but they look at enrollment in Medicaid programs. And if the family is enrolled in Medicaid, they're directly certified to be in the free and reduced lunch program. So I've been told. I don't know how well that works.
Yeah,
but
it is actually happening. So next year, we've already received allocations which are based on the Medicare eligibility through Department of Human Services. So our allocations went up about $2 million just because of that factor coming in outside of the free and reduced applications. So it is happening, but it's at a pilot stage right now. We don't know whether this was tied to the universal meals or they were just doing this pilot to kind of consider other factors of increasing those allocations.
I know when we had Day at the Capitol with AMSD, I think it was Mary, starts with a K.
Quinash?
Thank you. From, she's in the Senate, I think from New Brighton, and said that she's on some working committee that has concluded that they can identify 90% of the students that would qualify for free and reduced lunch by using Medicaid and some other formulas, so.
And what we've gotten is we were working on the wellness policy this morning with Supervisor Schock in student nutrition. She reminded me that we will still, according to MDE from their latest communication last week, that yes, we still must distribute applications and will continue to collect applications so that determination can be made in addition to any students who are on the direct certification list. So it will be, I mean, at least what we're receiving right now is that we still will need to, as another avenue to collect information that may not already be on that direct certification list, but will be an additional component. And students will not necessarily, at least from the indication here, need to fill that out, but it is an additional opportunity for that information to get to the state if it's not already on direct certification.
Okay. Well, it becomes a moot point for meals next year, but not for compensatory revenue and a whole lot of other stuff, unfortunately, so.
Which is why we need other mechanisms.
Right.
You mentioned collecting data to measure the effectiveness of, I guess, the interventions, and then also kind of this current allocation structure. How are we measuring that now?
I will refer to Ms. Sina here, maybe she can help us with that. I think there's some movement, but I don't know to what extent right now. We can kind of unveil how we are measuring some of this information.
So each state and federal plan has what would be considered key performance indicators that are listed in each plan, and we benchmark them within the plan for whatever the cycle is for that particular one. So like achievement and integration is a 3-year plan, so we take our key performance indicators and we benchmark them for 3 years. And then we also have, like World's Best Workforce is another key kind of performance benchmark for us that we give a report to the board every year on. Many of our metrics and student success indicators right now are based on our state and standardized tests and our FastBridge internal measurements and Panorama. I know that Dr. Holm is working with a group of stakeholders right now on revamping our student success metrics, and that's a big project plan of hers that's pretty far along in the process right now. Everything's drafted, and now she's getting feedback on that. And once that project plan gets final approval, then we'll be able to utilize some of the newer student success metrics in our key performance indicators in our state and federal plans around that. And then also there's that MTSS process that we talked about. So all of this will begin to braid and feed each other to create a comprehensive balanced assessment system that's consistent across the district.
And the other thing we're also trying to do, and this is in its infancy, is to try to tie instructional results to resource allocations. So the return on investment, and we're starting to put some framework around how that works so that as we go into the future, we can easily identify programs which are resourced and what the outcomes are, whether we should continue resourcing those programs or we should make some changes or look at other factors.
And that academic return on investment, the program evaluation portion of it is just really half of the work, because the other half is systematizing the data collection process, which is why we're building our data infrastructure with data specialists at all of our sites, with our instructional data scientists to be really savvy about how we use or collect and use data so that we can engage in effective program evaluation and measure academic return on investments.
So the data used to measure this compensatory revenue piece will be holistic, not just tied to standardized tests, for example.
Yes, moving forward, yes.
Additional questions or comments for the budget team? Well, thank you for spending time with us both at the workshop and at the meeting, responding to our questions. This is an information-only item tonight, so no action on this, and we look forward to continued conversations and action here eventually, because we know we will have to take some. So thank you for providing us the information we need to make well-informed decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our next agenda item, which is policies in first read, and I will turn it over to Vice Chair Andreessen, who chairs our monitoring committee, and one of the hardest working committees of the board, because they are tasked with both creating and reviewing policy. And Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot will stay with us here at the table.
Thank you, Chair Westmoreland. So tonight we will be reviewing and discussing policy, I think it's the wellness policy, 533.
Correct.
And we discussed it as a monitoring committee and also ran it by key stakeholders in the district and talked about our equity lens process. And I will turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot to walk us through any details and changes that were made.
Thank you. I do want to start with a note of gratitude to Supervisor Schock, who worked with her team in student nutrition and reviewed all of the policy work, went through the tools that MDE has to evaluate the policy, to look at those results, to look at any missing elements that were there based on federal requirements. And I'm happy to report is involved in the MDE review of this, and all of that is going very well, and she sends her regards. I did have a couple conversations with her about any particulars that are here in part on the wellness, and she asked that we draw attention to two elements. One of those being the fundraising, that there was some specific change made to the fundraising section, and that is based on regulation about the period of time before and after meals are served where no fundraising activities are occurring, so that they can be mindful of that time and keeping that time dedicated for that school nutrition purpose. The second component that she asked us to be mindful of is the addition of the wellness coordinator component. Part of the federal requirement, part of the MDE review, did identify that this is a segment that we could look toward, and making sure that we build in the accountability to the policy, and making sure that we have a point of contact and a specific identified individual to be a point of reference within the district, and to make sure that the work continually moves forward. So you will see those two segments added in particular. Beyond that, there were other components that were changed based on the federal requirements and MDE review that were also outlined in here. I will be open for any other particular questions and do my best to identify those. But before we jump in there, I did want to identify that we did hear from and did send this out to our students, just as a reminder to the board that our students did identify that, yes, this policy is a lot about school nutrition, and if you will recall the words of a student advisor board member saying we really need to work on our mental wellness and our mental health aspects of the work that we do, and please know that that work is ongoing, and committees are formed to work on that as a parallel policy to this, but that we did agree that we would bring this wellness policy forward, knowing that that mental health, mental wellness is on our docket and is moving forward as well.
So those policies would be complementary to each other then?
Absolutely. Yep.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's fine.
Chair Westmoreland,
Yes.
I have a question. What prompted this review of this particular policy? Was there some legislative change that made it necessary?
No, excellent question. MDE does a review of school nutrition programs as part of their compliance audits, and as part of the requirement is that every district must have a wellness policy. And that review is part of that process that every district goes through.
All right. And when was that review conducted?
It is being conducted in February, March, and April,
Okay.
and is still ongoing.
So this is one of the things that came up in that review. All right.
And on the docket for us to take a look at in our 3-year cycle.
Sure.
Any other board member comments or questions on this policy?
I was just wondering if you could speak to, I know it is our practice as a school board to do a 3-year review of all of our policies, but is that something that is required to be in this policy by MDE, or did we just put it in there because we?
I think that's really our practice. I mean, we can look at it more frequently, and in some cases we do as a board. Agree that we would want to look at something annually, and then we build that into our annual list of policies that we review at the start of the year. So we have the wherewithal to change that. I think it's built in just as a matter of present practice.
Great, thanks.
I have a question.
Yes.
I know that it's been a concern, especially at elementary levels where there's K through 6, or even E through 6, that students have sufficient time to eat, and I kind of appreciate its inclusion. That is kind of a signal that parent concerns and student concerns have been heard here. Are the nutrition staff, A, does that relieve something of a burden from them at the elementary level? And B, is it accounted for in a big concern or nearly a non-issue at the high school level? Who's adding a grade or?
It's an excellent question, and it is the point of review right at this moment, as the high school staff meeting this morning was about 4 lunch periods or 3 lunch periods. So timing is excellent on that question. We are fortunate that the nutrition staff is involved in that process collectively, and there are multiple opportunities to review that. In part, some of the space components that are there, and part of the staff that can assist with the turnover. When I spoke with Supervisor Schock this morning, they are looking at hiring 4 additional staff members and looking to recruit additional staff members to assist with that as well. On a side note, she said the pizza line is just out of control this year. And she said different years, different spaces, different ways that they're working on adapting, but looking for those options. And I think as you identify, that was part of the initial construction when we looked at the wellness policy. Was at that point it was okay, how many minutes to eat? Is 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25? What do we look at? What does that look like with a young person? How often do they sit? Is it different at elementary than it is at our high school? And that's part of the function of that wellness committee, which is also built into the review process of this as well, that hopefully that wellness coordinator really is charged in the policy now of meeting 4 times a year to look at, are these functional? Are there things that we may need to be changing throughout the course of this work as well?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this policy? Well, thank you to our monitoring committee and our staff and students for reviewing this and bringing forward these great changes that I think really reflect both the reality of what's already happening in our buildings and where we're striving to go. So appreciate that. And with that, I would look for a motion that the board approve the policy in first read and that the board direct the administration to prepare the policy for approval in second read at the next meeting as part of consent.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the policy. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next, we'll move on to our board member reports.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
I'll go first,
Great.
because mine's pretty succinct.
Oh.
For a change. The only real board activity I engaged in was going to the NSBA annual convention in Orlando, March 31st through April 3rd, where I attended 13 sessions in 3.5 days. So, and I found out that the Orlando Convention Center is the 2nd largest in the United States. Only McCormick Place in Chicago. So I got my steps. And attendees from other districts included board members from Richfield, Bloomington, and Minnetonka. There may have been others, but those are ones that I saw there and introduced myself to. So that's really the extent of it. But I would also like to recognize the passing of John Young. John Young was a district business services director. And I don't know for how many years, but he was the first one that I ever knew. And that was 5 directors ago. So that's how long ago John was business services director. He passed away on March 17 at age 95. And he was active in MASBO, which is the Minnesota Association of School Business Officers. And he was active in the Hopkins Rotary. So he had a distinguished career within the district and within the statewide organization. So he was 95, and according to his obituary, he had a very fulfilling life. So I'd like to recognize him.
Thank you, Director Adams. Who would like to go next? So I just have a couple things to share. I attended the Heading Home Hennepin meeting. I'm part of the Joint Powers Table to Address Homelessness convened by Hennepin County. I am the only public schools representative, so absolutely no pressure whatsoever. And as part of our work, we're of course looking to increase access to affordable housing. I think it's important to shed light on what homelessness looks like in our community. It often, I hear people refer to it as hidden. I don't actually think it's that hidden if you know what you're looking for. And it often looks like families doubled up together, families having to move housing quite frequently because of increasing costs. And so part of our discussion was a bill that was brought forward by Representative Howard, an overall housing bill that contains several important provisions regarding affordable housing. So I was asked by Commissioner Irene Fernando to testify last week in the House Tax Committee in support of those provisions contained in the bill. And it was a great day to be there because Representative Joachim was presenting her education funding bill. So I got to hear her full presentation of it and the Tax Committee's discussion of that, which was great. As Dr. Mary Perry Reed mentioned, there's some really important funding mechanisms in there around reducing the special education cross-subsidy and the ELL cross-subsidy. So I appreciate any time I get to spend at the legislature, and this was a really great session. I also attended a leadership summit on youth social disconnection. This was co-hosted by Hennepin County Commissioner Latondras, Hopkins Mayor Hanlon, and myself. And we convened city leaders, county leaders, school district leaders, and most importantly, a group of young people from both Edina schools and Hopkins schools to discuss the question, how might we increase social connection and decrease disconnection for youth across West Suburban Hennepin County? So it was an all-day conversation that was hosted by the Harvard Human Flourishing Program, the Foundation for Social Connection, and Healthy Places by Design. We were able to generate a series of recommendations that these organizations are going to bring forward into a set of policy recommendations for policymakers nationwide. We also continued conversations around what a collaborative structure might look like to holistically address the needs of youth and families in our community. Commissioner Latondras has really been leading this work at the county level, has been able to get some funding appropriated from the county to start this organization, which we are calling for the moment the West Metro Youth Collaborative, as sort of a placeholder name. And so we're going to be continuing to engage leaders, like all of the leaders at this table, around what that might look like as we continue to build out a structure. One of the goals of this particular structure would be to use taxpayer dollars more wisely. There are a lot of duplicated efforts that happen if we look at how government agencies are addressing youth issues. And so having a more cohesive model, and that would also allow us to apply for additional federal funding, and that will impact youth and families in our community. So a lot of exciting work happening. And then the Resource West Spring Fest fundraiser is on May 6th, and tickets are on sale now. If you would like to join some great folks in our community to support the work this organization does to support youth and family and caregivers. Any other board member updates? Okay, so we'll move into our second public comment period for items not on the agenda. I would like to invite Paul McCullough up to the table, and Elise is going to pull up our 3-minute timer. Welcome, Paul. We'll just wait for the timer to get pulled up here.
All right. Good evening. Thank you for having me here. I know it's been a long evening for you, and I will keep to the 3 minutes. Thank you for your introductions at the start. I'd like to introduce myself initially. I am a retired police officer from the city of Bloomington. And while I was at Bloomington, I was the school resource officer at Kennedy High School for 3 years, working directly with the administrative staff there and the kids and teachers. I also served as the city's emergency manager for 3 years and held a number of different positions. And in my whole career as police officer, in my different positions, I really stressed the role of community-oriented policing. I never referred to myself as a law enforcement officer because that's a very small component of policing, and actually a component that policing should try to reduce. Law enforcement is a part, but not really policing, and I never referred to myself as a law enforcement officer. I was a police officer. I really engaged in a lot of community-oriented policing and problem-oriented policing. I retired after 30 years with the rank of commander. After I retired, actually, I came to work with the Hopkins School District. I worked here as a part-time employee under a grant to rewrite the emergency preparedness guide that you currently have, I believe. I worked for that period of time, half-time, rewriting the emergency plan, working with all the staff, and engaging in a process of developing instant command models and how, in reality, we're going to keep our schools as safe as we can, and also working very closely with our police and fire partners at Golden Valley, Minnetonka, and Hopkins. After my time as an employee, the grant expired, and I stayed on. I developed a LLC as a private contractor and worked for 3 more years with Hopkins, doing enhanced emergency drills and exercising and ICS training with the principals and crisis management team at each of the schools. After I completed 3 years of that contract work, I moved on to this very similar work with Bloomington School District, District 287 for a period of time, St. Louis Park for a period of time, and the last 4 years with Edina. In fact, this current school year, I'm doing some work with Edina on enhanced drills on the emergency preparedness side. But I'm here to talk about school resource officers. Why should we return school resource officers to Hopkins?
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. You're at your 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll identify my 3 rationales.
I'm sorry, we have a 3-minute limit, and I explained that before the meeting, so thank you very much.
Could you send an email to the board?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
I'm sorry.
You're welcome to send an email to the board.
Okay.
Next, I would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion, a second to adjourn. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
Aye.
nay. Motion carries. This meeting of the Hopkins School Board is adjourned at 9 p.m.